Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, June the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you. No screen. Yeah, no screen. Well, there's always one thing, isn't there? Here's the screen coming up. There we go. Screen. Okay, so I'm just waiting. Maybe Pep. Thank you, Pepe. Thanks so much every morning to do it for doing that for me. Okay, guys. Screen up. BJD. So this is the top one today in terms of a percentage move. And why? Let's see. Is there any reason why BJDX and Argonaut Manufacturing announce a strategic partnership? Okay, so I don't think this other company, I don't believe this other company is public. That's the reason why BJDX is up. 1 million in the float. DXST. Don't see any news. Don't see any news on this one for DXST. Up 95%. No, low float. What I'm doing right now, I'm just putting those two charts, thumbnailing them, my other monitor, just so I can keep track of them a little bit more officially. Yeah, look at the HKID. Wow, well, what a drop. Announces an $8 million registered direct offering. And you're saying it's at $2? You're saying it's at $2, William? Give me a moment, guys. Just have to rearrange something on my other monitor. All right, ABTS. This was a big one from yesterday, and but look what it did. It got up to, what did it get up to? It got up to 324, but closed way down here at $2.14. That was a big pullback from the highs, but it's doing this thing again. Okay, up 34%. A lot of volume, low float. ABTS. All right. In terms of the DXST, I have. And I see news from the 12th, May the 12th, but that's all. I don't see any. This is like files of Form 3 for a director, but I don't see anything today. So I guess that is today's news. Okay. LASE, LASE on the move here, guys. On the move in a big way right now. So it's a drone play. Okay. It's a drone play. Laser Shield anti-drone system selected by the Department of Defense under Mission Engineering and Integration Activity Vulcan Call for Solutions. Okay, so that is LASE, LASE. So this is a drone play. I'm just looking at the other. How's ARCAD doing? ARCAD. Yeah, ARCAD is still hanging around. It's just over the VWAP right now. GRRR, GRRR. Okay, announces a $2 billion AI infrastructure deal in India with super microcomputer to power Yada AI, whatever that means. But okay, so that is the news on the GRRR. Had a quite a wow. I mean, that has had a huge 3-day or 3-week run. Well, 2 weeks and 2 days. I mean, the low 2 weeks ago was 1243. We're at 2391 now. Not quite a double. All right. Well, the stock Marvel must be up at least 16%, guys. So I'm going to take a look. This is an expensive ETF, though. MRVL. Let's take a look at what MRVL is doing. So it's up 17%. Yeah. So I mean the ETF is not that much cheaper than the stock. It's fading though. It is fading. Wonder if there's a short version of it that you could buy if this fade continues. Marvel surges following Jensen Huang endorsement. He's the guy from NVDA, right? So the guy from NVIDIA, the CEO. But I mean, that went from 283 down to 256. What a fade. He bought, oh, four. I thought it said 400 shares at $2. I'm going, whoop de do, but okay, 400,000. Okay. So we put 800,000 into it. Thank you, William, on the DXST news. Lobo. So this is just over a dollar. What did it get up to? Got up to $1.47, came all the way back under a dollar down to 92 cents. So it's just over a dollar now, underneath the VWAP. Now this is a $15 million contract for annual AI products and large model API services. Okay. All right. What else has happened? GXAI and up 64%. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Additional funding from Amazon AWS to accelerate AI sales platform development. Okay. So that's your news for GXAI. I mean, on the surface, that looks like a marvelous press release. Additional funding from Amazon. With a pretty low float, 10 million in the float, 50 million have traded already. STAK guys, let's see now. This was a very active stock a few weeks ago. Got all the way up. We had a couple of huge days. Got all the way up to 242, and then collapsed right back down to 81 cents. Now we're over a dollar again. The next high looking left is around $1.37 on the daily chart. Took that out. Yeah, I don't know if there's any news on this one. Accelerates new energy vehicle expansion with growing product portfolio and intellectual property. Ooh, now this is not usually a cheap stock. I don't think it's a cheap stock. Well, it's cheap now. Is this an earnings play? What did you take a look at this one, William, by any chance? FULC. This is a bio trading lower after the company announced the discontinuation of its whatever that drug is program and the initiation of a comprehensive review of strategic alternatives. So So next, probably we're going to go AI, or we're going to go crypto, or we're going to go drone, or we're going to go something other than bio, probably. So anyway, this is I don't know what else they've got going on. FULC. Okay, now I don't know what's going on. Is this a dividend play or something? Because this is down 37% on a lot of volume. I don't see any news on it. ABVX. Oh, it is. Well, here's another one for you, William. Company announced top line results from its phase three, and obviously the market is trashing them right now. Look at ABVX. Wow. I mean, this, no inkling this was going to happen, sitting around the 130 mark, safely over 100. There's the 200-day moving average, 110. Boom, all the way down through the 200-day on that news, and a lot of volume. So that's ABVX. X, not S, but X. Philly, he tries to. This guy tries to come in every single day and spam the YouTube room. So anyway, there's the ABVX. I don't know if you had a chance to look at that one, William, because this is a big, big, big drop. Where's the next? I have to take a look at a monthly chart, probably take a look at the next low on the monthly chart anyway. So we're at 80.10 right now. The low right there is 81.90. Then low right there is $80. So there is a low of $80. We're at $80 right now. If it broke through that, wow. If it broke through that, the next low in the monthly chart is 66, 66, 67. And that is for the ABVX. So there is, if it takes out 80, there's not a lot of, I'm looking at a monthly chart. There's not a lot of support. Okay, guys, just let's see. The SCING was halted. There's a news halt. Let's see what happened when it opened. CING. It looked like it had halted on the way down, but it's right back up. That's the CING. All right, let's take a look at some of the other ones. HPE, Hewlett Packard. An earnings play. So this is a great earnings play, or reaction anyway. Look at the reaction to HPE earnings play. Big gap up, 29%. That's a big float. 1.32 billion in the float, and that's a big, big percentage move. That's for HPE. Now, if the market is in sort of drift down mode right now, but I would be looking at HPE as a potential fade, perhaps. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where's it coming into? All right. So HPE is now an all-time high. Okay. It's an all-time high yesterday too, but it's an all-time high. HPE. Okay, thank you, William. Well, it's not that far away. The FULC, I mean, it's at 315 right now. LFVN, okay, Life Vantage. I think I saw this after hours yesterday. I think it had a bit of a move after hours. Another low, pretty low float, 10 million in the float. Not a lot of volume yet. What's the spread like? Spread is not great, 1178, 1196, but nice breakaway. Just trying to see if there's any. It says no. I don't see. Well, yesterday they announced a dividend, but I don't know if this is just a continuation. Had a nice day yesterday. Nice day in that it closed at the high. See what it did? It closed at the high of the day. No shorts available for me for that one. For LFVN. OKTG. Is this a? Okay, so this is a 2 times long. Fading though, but so wow, so OKTA, the stock, it must be up at least 13%. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was a so it is down. I'm sorry. I made a mistake there. So OKTA is down 8%. Yeah, I'm sorry. I made a mistake there. I must have clicked on the other one. So here is so this is down OKTA, OKTG. So I mean, if you thought OKTA, the stock, but not very much volume though, not very much volume, so not very liquid. If you thought OKTA, the stock was going to keep moving down, you could short this one, but there's not a lot of volume. Here's another one that's really being hit here. Not a well, for a $98 stock, 44 million in the float, not a big float at all. But CELC is being hit, and here's another one. Well, here's another one for you, William. It's a bio. Intends to submit data to FDA, a supplemental new NDA. I don't know if so. This is so we're generally that's tough. We're generally well tolerated in their trial. Generally well tolerated. So the way it's phrased, that's what's causing this move down. So down almost 20%. That's another bio that's being beaten up. So FULC is starting to recover just a little bit here. At least it's holding the 3 level. I know Williams looking for maybe 250, but it's at the VWAP now. Okay, it's at the VWAP. Oh, ABVX, look at what's happening. ABVX is really, it just took out 80. As I said, the next low on a monthly chart is 60 something. 66, I said, or 65. 6709 is the next low looking left. I mean, this is getting really crushed right now. ABVX. Lots of shares available for me, 1.8 million. Did it really? You're talking about ABVX, RR? Yeah, 530. Yeah, 530. I have a low right there of $67. Right at that low, right at that monthly low. I mean, the monthly low is so it hit that monthly low actually. How long ago was that? That was back in let's see, August of last year. So August of last year. So not a year, not quite a year ago, it hit that low. Why do I feel I just should short this right now? Well, 9:28. So we have got another minute and a half before the 9:30 open. I know I'm going to regret it for not shorting it on that 80 break. BJDX guys, BJDX is holding the sixth level right at the VWAP now. Okay, right at the VWAP now. Ugh, get this thing over. Come on. All right, guys, we got about 30 seconds, so I'm going to get rid of this and get set for this 9:30 open. Watching this ABVX just absolutely cascading its way down now without me. Let's see if it has any sort of a pop back to 80, and then maybe a move down from there again. BJDX holding 6. And we're now open. Wow, BJDX just exploded, guys. Just exploded. Wow, exploded. It got off that 6 through the VWAP, not in it. I know I took one early yesterday, but the reason I did it is because, like, for instance, if this got halted, in the next little bit, and then went down below the halt price and then popped through it again, possibility I would take it. And that's what I did with the mask yesterday. I don't often trade in the first 15 minutes. And the Folk is FULC is moving off that 3 level. Okay, guys, I'm just watching this BJDX trying to hold a VWAP. Ooh, now I had a price alert for UMAC. This is, of course, one of the drone plays. And I think, yeah, so here it goes. So it is now, I think I put a price alert at the high here. So how's RCAT doing? RCAT's sort of the cheaper version of this. Is RCAT on the move too? Actually, it's funny. It's not on the move like UMAC right now. So RCAT, I'd watch this one. It might is lagging UMAC right now. Again, a couple of the drone plays. Watching the ABVX guys had a little bit of a pop, but didn't get that close to 80. I'm really interested to see if I can get to up to 80. That'd be a dollar 50, and then maybe 80 stalls it, and then I take that short. Market is recovering from that little red bar there. Definitely in recovery mode again. To start, okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on this one. This we haven't seen this one for a while. This QUCY had a tremendous run from 39 cents all the way up to 486 a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and now it's having it's having a nice pop. A lot of volume, and that's the QUCY. Go CING just was halted on the way up. I know it was halted in the pre-market for news. Remember, there were no volatility halts in the pre-market, so this was halted for news and gets FDA requests for updates on its drug application. Okay, that was the reason it was halted. And now it is halted, and there's your halt price for CING. 410 potential open, not really giving us a huge clue as to where it's going to open, though it looks like it'll open above the halt price. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Wow, there goes DXST, guys. DXST is jumping off $3 now. Whoa, and ABVX actually tore through 80. Well, I'm glad I didn't short it yet anyway. Oh, Kodak's just got halted. CODX just got halted also. All right, guys, we may have a problem. We may have a problem here. Just give me a moment here. This yeah, that is not the right price for Codex. I mean, Codex is the last price was 806. So I don't know if I'm going to do an account refresh or reset a couple of times. Okay. Want to check out some other ones. Well, that one's okay. That one's okay. I'm just looking at some of the other prices we've got. Got to make sure that sometimes, our charts at the beginning of the day, it doesn't happen often, but sometimes. Okay, that looks good. It's just the codex. All right. Well, now it's caught up. I don't know if it was because it was a halt or what the situation was, but here we go though. Codex. So it's halted at 8:06. Now we're getting a little more of a glimpse as to where it could open above that 8:06. Boy, some big poppage on this one, guys. ZJYL. That's a tough one to say. ZJYL. Um, it's coming right back down. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Boy, DXST is ripping now through the 200-day through the VWAP. Sorry, through the VWAP. Another halt. HCHL on the way down. Look out below. You know what? This was halted about 30 odd times yesterday. JZ. It was halted, and actually close near the high of the day, if you can believe it. But this was halted around, I think, over 30 times yesterday. All right, if this is a 5-minute halt, let's see, 9:35 plus 52 seconds. So if this is a 5-minute halt for a CODX, this will open at 9:40 plus 52 seconds, almost 9:41. So we have over a minute before this resumes, if it's a 5-minute halt. Now look at that, DXST just ripped, absolutely ripped, just got halted now. The CING resumed. Now, a couple of highs are pretty close, actually. So the next high looking left is 435. What did it get to? It got up to 430. So it's got a high there at 435 and another one at 444. So there's a couple of areas where it could easily stall. It is a low float, not crazy low. It's 13 million in the float. Wow. This is going to be a big open. Well, it looks like it's going to be a 5-minute halt, a 10-minute halt then. Okay, guys, because Codex had not opened, CODX had not opened. Should have opened. It should open at 9:40 plus 52 seconds. So we're past that. So this looks like it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt for CODX. Okay, they're usually multiples of 5. And you can see right now, when it does open, almost for sure it'll open over 806. So if you're in this one right now, you can kind of breathe easily. Another halt, a more expensive halt too. ASTC on the way up. Okay, DBGI doesn't have a lot of room. I know it's an AI play, but if you look left, for me, it just doesn't have enough room. Now, you know, I mean, doesn't mean it's going to stall right there or there or there, but that's just the way I'm looking at it right now. The DBGI, I know it's an AI play, but give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to. I'm watching this ABVX really closely here. I know I want to see if it takes out 80 in a bigger way. Okay, this might be a short for me. All right, so the BJDX, what can we say about this? So it's holding the VWAP, okay? It's that purple line, it's holding the VWAP. And DXXT just opened and did it explode higher? I'd like to see a bid in the 78s for me to get into this ABVX. I see right now, see the bid ask is just underneath 80, 79.57, 79.88. Not terrible. I'd like to see a bid in the 78s. Probably will get me in as a short for the ABVX. All right, so CODX opened and it opened exploding open. Wow. Well, the high now the next highs are of the 13 level, 1350 level or so. That's on the daily chart. SPY is popping again, trying to hold a VWAP. This MX is at it again, guys. I mean, the next high looking left is 975, and it's almost at the 9 level. That's MX. All right, so DXST is having a pullback now. DXST having a pullback. Let's see if it's pulling back to an interesting level. The answer is maybe. I mean, there's the VWAP down here around 360-ish. So that's a pretty big pullback so far from 440 down to 4 percentage wise. All right. If it gets back to 80, ooh, I just about took this short on the ABVX. I was just all set to do it and then just popped over 79 again. I want to see it at say 78.50 or something like that. 78.50. I'm just watching the bid ask 78.60, 78.98. It's the spread's a little bit, I wish it were a little tighter. I'm talking about the ABVX, though it may not matter. All right, well, I'm in it in the short ABVX. Okay, it's close to 80. I'm out. Well, at least my Bitcoin quote is back in Interactive Brokers. Yeah, no kidding. Having a bad day, down 2,700, down to 68,000. It was in the 80s not that long ago. Okay, guys, of course I'm still in this one. Okay, the ZXYZ. I'm still in it from. I'm looking maybe. I like the way it's trying to hold 50. I may add. All right, ABVX, come on down. All right, guys, I'm just waiting. Waiting on this ABVX. See if it really. I mean, the low today I think was around 75. This is a nice alert from our AI. Also, NVDA some poppage here, guys. Yeah, look at NVIDIA move. Interesting day for the fluence yesterday. FLNC, it had a big start, moved down, and then it came back up, and now we're above yesterday's high. That's the FLNC. DXST, whoa, too late. DXST just tore through 4 again. All right, ABVX guys. That's what I was looking for. So now we're at the low of the day. Now it has gone a little bit parabolic, okay, on the way down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover some. It's almost a $4 move for me. Let's and remember the monthly low is down here, and as somebody pointed out, it actually hit that level post market yesterday, after hours yesterday. Actually hit that 67 level. I'm not saying it's going to happen again, but boy, what a wild trading for the DXST guys. Look at it. I think it just got halted. Yeah, it did get halted at 953. Got halted on the way up after the big move down. Now that's a big move down. I mean, 441 down to 350. I mean, that's a big percentage move down. So this one that got halted on the way down, probably a couple of times, or at least once. Now it's got halted on the way up. The HCHL. Happy City Holdings. And now this one got halted. Look at all the halts resumes. So DAIC got halted on the way down. No, it just resumed. I'm sorry. It was halted. I don't know when it was halted. It was halted at what was the price? 421. Is it really Netflix is falling hard? And Mama, I haven't seen you for a while. You're right. It is. Any news on this one? Well, another one. You look left on the monthly chart and it has well, it's almost $10 to the next low in the monthly chart. Okay, guys. Let's take a look at some of these other ones. The soda SDA. Don't like it. I'm looking left. I just see, to me anyway, $1.50 could block it, so I don't like it. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these larger cap stocks. HIMX, HIMAX, all-time high. Yeah, all-time high. That's what I thought. HIMX, all-time high. PUSA, PUSA. Let's take a look at this one. I haven't seen this. I'm not sure I've ever seen this one. Big move here now. Pretty good volume. Golf country clubs. Okay. Thought it might have been halted, but it's just not moving. All right, I have to put a price alert here, just over 10 for this LFVN, okay? A price alert right here, and a big pop up to 12. Is fallen down, but if it gets back over 10, it may get some enthusiasm back. Well, I'm glad I sold the ABVX. I held some, but I'm now out of it completely now. I was hoping it might get even into the 60s, but it didn't do it, but that's okay. I might relook. I might look at it again. All right, guys, it's 10 o'clock. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage. All the information you can have on my homepage, including scans that I've got, races, etc. Okay, guys, actually, I've got to watch this QUCY. This is a potential reentry play from our AI. It's over the VWAP. The high today was 320. To see it get over 3. All right, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. As always, at the very top, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So you can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter if you choose our standard or our premium service. Okay. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room, the trading room, okay? And the company tracks the use of the promo code, so if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering what I'm talking about in terms of a trading room, there is another room, a lot more activity in this room, more interaction amongst traders. Also, this room is open at the trading room, and it's free. It is free. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So I don't do it. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for doing it. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. So if you're looking to come into a room, because YouTube is not open then, but if you're looking to come into a room and chat with other traders during the pre-market, you can do so in this room. I get on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15 a.m. Eastern time. Then I go to, depending on how many questions I get, anywhere from between 2 to 2:30, sometimes later if I have questions. Obi sometimes keeps the room open after I leave, though. So it'll be up to him. We'll find out later on in the day. Scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And education section. So a couple things. If you've just taken out a subscription, this is the first thing you must do. Go down to that education section, click on the more info, and we've got getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started, okay? If you don't have trade ideas, but you're wondering about the product, what I would do is start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's the type of product you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just let us know. We'll unsubscribe you, okay? Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. Last, if you're looking for my scans, and you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. So here are technically, these are not scans. These are two races, large cap gainers. This is a more volatile race, this one. This is the halts resumes down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. But as you can see, I do have these are scans actually, the upside versus downside movers, and a momentum scan, a gap scan, the Pepe combo scan. I do have this up and running. I haven't had a chance to look at it either. This is the up down 25 cents. I do have that on my other monitor though. So you can ask me questions about the scans if you want. And both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm if I'm tied up doing something else, I'll let you know. And if it's an accounting question, more than likely I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to people who can. Okay. All right, so I had a price alert for LFVN just over $10. Okay, so I don't like the spread, a dime spread. Oh, now it just shoot. But look at the spread now. I mean, it got very 10.11, 10.49. It got tighter, and then look at that. They just dropped the bid. They Because it exploded. It did explode. You saw what it did. It got up to 1061, and the spread wasn't terrible then, but then they just dropped that bid. Now it's tough. I mean, that's why I don't like looking at these ones that have these spready situations. Well, look at DXST. What was that news again? You mentioned that news, William, something about. Well, I know you mentioned it. All about the float. 1.2 million. Look at the volume, 33 million. Traded the float 27 times now. CEO buys 400,000 shares at $2. That's what William said. So, man, not shortable for me. Not. Well, they won't even try to find the big red. Not available for short sale. As opposed to. Here I'm trying to find one that. Well, this is hilarious. What I'm trying to do is find the announcement that says, well, everything I've clicked on here, there are a lot of shorts available. Yeah, it didn't. I thought maybe if it got over three, it might have a run, but not yet anyway. QUCY. Two good shorts though, guys. I mean, the CELC, the two bios, two big bios, the ABVX and the CELC, and that's from our AI. All right, let me see if I can find something else. Yeah, I just don't trust this one. I just don't trust the LVFN. Okay, I mean the spread's fine now. A dime is not a killer. Let's just see if they play games here. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue window I'm displaying. I want to see if they yank that bid again. Well, maybe they're not going to now for a while anyway, or maybe that's it for the day. Maybe the spread will be tight for their balance of the day. Well, tighter balance of the day. Okay, BJDX guys, BJDX. Let's take a look at BJDX because it's holding 6, okay, just underneath the VWAP. You can see that if it got above the VWAP is around 624, 630. Okay, so I'm going to put a price alert just over the VWAP and see if it takes it out. And maybe that gets it going again. It did hit 850 or so. Is that pre-market? That is pre-market, yes, at 7 o'clock. Yeah, Bitcoin. All right, let's take a look at IBIT. Wow, I mean, what a short that would have been from up in this area, 44 down to 38. It's continued. So again, this is basically if you want to trade Bitcoin, you can either short this or go long, of course. All right, SMMT guys summit. This is maybe coming into some support. The monthly chart right there is 1383. So maybe 14, maybe. Are there still people out there saying Bitcoin's going to be $1 million? I'm sure they are, or there are. All right, GRRR, through the VWAP, guys, through the VWAP. Don't love the spread, 18, like an 18-cent spread right now. Don't love it, but it's through the VWAP, GRRR. And the high, it's got a lot of room to the high, of course, almost 26. Yeah, that's what somebody said, Mac. Their $2 offering for HKIT. Yes, I think William said that. Well, let's see now. The low for MSTR is 114 on the monthly chart. So on a monthly chart, this still has room to run down. On the weekly chart, 124. All right. Well, I guess I'm glad I got out of the ABVX. It was a nice trade for a while anyway. All right. Now, QUCY is back up to that 3 level. Pretty low float, 22 million. Almost traded the float now. 21 million have traded. All right, guys. QUC. It's just a little bat on my forearm by my cat's paw. Okay. A little food. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. QUCY. QUCY. Liking it. The fact that it's just over 3. I'm getting ready to pounce. Perhaps I just want to see how well it holds 3. And this is hopefully, a great example of a reentry from our AI. Michael Saylor, never sell your Bitcoin. Well, okay, guys, I'm still waiting. I was hoping I wanted to see about a bid of 310 or so for the QUCY. Maybe 309. I want to see a clear 3. Like, I don't mind giving up, 5 or 6 cents, because when you look on the weekly chart, $4 is the next high. So I'm looking for a little more confirmation that it's, for me anyway, that it's going to hold that 3 level. ARM on the move, guys. It's trying to get well, it's still down $3 or $3 to $4 from yesterday's. But what a move ARM has had. I mean, it's not quite the all-time high because of that would be the all-time high, I guess, 419 or ish. That's a reference, William, that I'm sure I'll have to explain. Arm and Hammer, guys. I think that's still a product out there, isn't it? If it is an old, old, old company. You're right. Of course, you're right. It's an old, old brand, though. Yeah, you're right, though. Of course, I see it on the shelves. Keep an eye on that BJDX, guys. Okay, it is still trying to hold that 6 level. Okay, trying to hold that 6 level. I have an alert over the VWAP to absorb the odors. Well, I use it in the kitty litter. Look, yeah, BJDX. I mean, it's if it holds 6, it's a low float. It's just kind of resting right now. So I would be definitely putting a price alert over the VWAP and see if it tears through that. May not happen, but it may not happen till the afternoon. And that's the BJDX. The way I look at this right now is just kind of resting. This is what I meant when Interactive Brokers tells me, the other one that said there are no shorts available at all. This is the other announcement I get. We'll try to find shares available. Ugh, almost forgot about my coffee. Ooh, I missed out on this one, the SDA. I think I've sort of missed out on this one. I don't think I liked it though. I think there was a reason. Yeah, I looked, between now the current price and the 150, it may stall, may not, but that's what I'm looking at on the weekly chart. Excuse me. So that's why I won't take it. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. Okay, so I'm going to click on new from the toolbar. Then I'm going to click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar. Click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels. Click on the show more, and then sector status. So up here are the major some of the major sectors, okay, in this top list window. So you can see right at the very top, the semis are doing very well. SMH, top sector today. If I scroll down, interesting. IBB, a healthcare ETF, is the worst performing one. Where's XLV? XLV is another one. These are a couple of healthcare ETFs. But IBB, where's silver? But so at a glance, though, you can tell that the semis right now, the top sector and the worst sector is IBB, as an example. Okay. Now, we have 11 of the major sectors here, the ones that start with X. Okay. So what I'd like to do, so for instance, when you look at this one, consumer discretionary XLY, 82% of the stocks that make up XLY are down for the day. However, look at BWA, not an earnings play that I can see. No, not an earnings play. That's up a lot. I mean, 4%. It's bucking the trend of its sector for whatever reason. Okay, APTV, the same sort of thing. What's the worst one? And you can see the CMG is the worst one, down 4%, along with AAP. I remember this one, AAP had earnings not that long ago, I think a couple of weeks ago. So that's how you can kind of look at these. Here's energy. Most of the energy plays are up. Schlumberger leading the charge, but there is EQT down, not much. But you can see how you can kind of use this. You can kind of see what the best performing stock in a sector is versus the worst one. Here's take two, TTWO, communication stock down 3.5%, Disney down 2%. And there's the Netflix, down 1.9%. It's had a pop though. It has had a mini recovery. So some of you might look at this and go, you know what? That's how I'm going to use trade ideas. It's an idea. Just check out the top sector. So you'll see what the top sector is at a glance, the worst one at a glance. And then you can check individual sectors and find out the top stock and what the worst stock is in terms of what it did. Now, you can also sort on the change from the open, okay? I mean, this is all sorted on the change from the close, but you can sort on the change from the open, which gives you kind of a different look. Remember, the open change from the open is the change from its opening trade of the day. Okay, so that is the sector status. Again, some of you might look at this and go, wow, that's what I want to do every day. Okay, let's take a look at this one, the NCPL. That's just over $1 now, but yeah, I don't like it. Why wouldn't I like it? Well, look at the 200-day moving average. It's right above it. So is the next high looking left is right above it. If all that weren't there and the next high was $1.36, this would be pretty interesting to be watching the NCPL. But I mean, you've got some potential blockages. Well, BGDX did not hold 6, so that's a no-go right now. The DXST did not hold 5. That's a no-go now. Market looks like it wants to go positive, guys. Only down 56 cents from yesterday. Well, the market, the SPY. We have a little disconnect. The Dow's, well, actually, well, the Qs, a lot of the Q stocks are the semis. So that's why the Qs are up just like a little bit. SPY's down a little bit. Dow's down a little bit. What is that, a Beverly Hillbillies reference, Mac? Well, let me tell you about a man named Jed. Okay, guys. So QMCO, I saw this right on that, right around here. I didn't act on it, unfortunately. The QMCO. And then one day, we must as just continue this. And then one day, yeah, disappointed in the QUCY. I did not take it. I wanted to see a better bid on it. Disappointed on it because it was a could have been a really nice re-entry play, but so far no go. Maybe VX is actually moving down again. Okay, guys, I think what I'm going to do, I used to do this a long time ago, is if you have an idea for a trade, I'll take it in the, I'll take it in. Well, is the sim down? I just have it up and running. I don't think it's down, but let's see. Disconnect. I'm fine. So let's see. Is it down? I don't know. Haven't. NCPL is right here. I'll take 500 shares. Buy. Send. Aha. Just took it. So okay. I just demonstrated one here. Let's do another one. STAK. 500 shares. Buy. Send. No, it's up and running. This is the simulation, trade idea simulator using our real-time data. I have no idea how would well, IQ. What I would do is maybe exit out, okay, and then reload it. I mean, I have no idea what your issue could be. It's impossible for me to know. But I would, that's the first thing I would do. Are you getting alerts? You have a green ball and all right there, a sphere that is green. Okay. I have no idea. Maybe just exit out. Make sure you're, I'm sure you know this, but make sure you are connected. Are you trying to manually do what I just did? Is that what you're trying to do? Just manually take these trades like I just did? I'm not using the chart, I'm just, yeah, I have no answer for you. I mean, obviously, I'm just, it's not, cannot be widespread. I'll just do one more. Seems to be fine for me. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, just maybe exit out unless you've already done this. I mean, I know you know how to do this, but make sure, of course, you're connected. Um, Okay. But I tend to, if something that happens, it has happened to me before, but I just close it down and then open it again. Yeah. Is it ever having a day? QMCO, is it ever having a day? Well, just the one trade for me, guys, but it was a nice one. The ABVX short. I was all set to take that. I mean, the QC maybe later. I just don't like the way it's been chopping around, but I have a price alert set up, and well, in fact, I better reset it. 309 level. Want to see it really clear three. May happen later. It's not a crazy low float. 22 million in the float. It's it's basically traded the float. Oh man, the last time I saw this one, it was in the threes. ZJYL. Interesting, they say they don't have shorts available immediately, but the fee rate, even if they did, is not terrible. All right, I thought for something like this, and one of these China stocks, low flow China stocks, I thought maybe the fee rate might be in the 300% level, but nope. CPSH. Let's take a look at this one, just over the whole number, and see if this. Well, it is moving, and the next high is 1040, so that's too close. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, I should have. Well, I think I said that almost immediately, but yeah, that's happened to me every now and then. Did you shut down trade ideas overnight? Okay. It still happens to me every now and then, with that Brokers Plus, but not for a long time. So it can be hit or miss. Okay, I'm actually itching to take something, but I'm just, I don't want to rush into anything. I don't want to do something just because I'm not bored, but I don't want to trade out of boredom also. This I do have shorts available for this one. I'd like to see this one, CING. Not a lot. They're 24,000. I'd like to see this one get close to that 200-day moving average. The CING, it's getting closer, 30 cents away, because that could easily block it from moving higher. Well, let me go over this race, okay? Before I do that, I always like to see stocks just over the whole number, see what's happening. So triple D, DDD over the whole number. It's been on a pretty good run, the last few weeks from $1.70 to 4. Looks like about a 3 weeks. 3D printing, which you just don't hear about it anymore. I actually thought, when the first time I saw 3D printing in action was, wow, a long time ago, over 10 years ago in Boston. I couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable what they were doing in this shop. And I thought, you know what? If they can never get it cheap enough, you can. I could see the day where you could have a 3D printer, like in your home. But obviously, that did not happen. So let me go over this race. But before I do, oh, I know people still use. I know they're still used, but just not. I mean, look at this. Used to be. I don't know if this was. I think I used to think Stratasys was the big one. In the sector. There was that. I mean, it's okay, but I mean, I thought it was sort of the leader in the sector, and then there was EDD. There was one other one that I used to follow. All right, before I go over the race, is there anybody in YouTube? I know I asked that question yesterday, and a few people said, "I'm here, I'm here." We just have nothing in YouTube right now. Well, when I say nothing, no, not a lot of enthusiasm. Okay, so I'm not going to go over all this. What I want to, if you click on my homepage link though, and go to the education section, and at the top here, the user guide, and right here is a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay, 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 and WG. I'm going to make sure somebody's there. So everything I'm going to talk about with respect to racing is in that section in the user guide. So as I'm running a 4-minute race, all this is customizable. Of course, you can run whatever time period you want. 3-minute, 5-minute, 10-minute. I'm running a 4-minute race. So since the race started, DXST has moved the most. It's a big move, 8%. When you compare it to this race over here, which is a large cap race, you don't get too many that actually have moved 1%. Okay. So you will get some bigger percentage moves in this race, okay? But this is because it's a more volatile race, and I'll go over these two races. But so VCIG leading. So this is what if you're interested in race, this is what I would do. I would certainly, if something is leading a race, click on it, see what's happening. I mean, you have to have some kind of trading experience. I'm not saying this is setting up, but what if VCIG actually had come into the VWAP down here, to that purple line and then was bouncing? For some of you, that might be an interesting trade. Or maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that VCIG had moved into and then was bouncing. These stocks don't have to be at the high of the day. All they have to be doing is moving the most since the race started. So again, now DXST, and it just won the race. So it had won 5 races before, then that's what that number beside this symbol means. That's how many races DXT has now won, 6 races. EGDX, 5 races, etc. So you can see there's a top 10 list built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Both of these races, okay? It'll automatically be created for you. So why is that? I mean, if you think about it then, even if you're a seasoned trader, this gives you a watch list for the day if that's what you want to do. Just follow these stocks all day long. If you're not a seasoned trader, though, it allows you to focus then on, just these stocks or these stocks. and try to figure out a way to trade them really because these are very active stocks. So again, here's that ZJYL on the move again. Doesn't mean you take the trade. It's just telling you that this is a stock that is moving the most since the race started. It'd be a lot easier if it maybe pulled back to a certain level and then was bouncing. But you don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. So anything that's leading a race, of course, click on it, but you don't have to and you don't have to wait, obviously, for a race to be over before you click on it, or any stock you see in the list of stocks. This could be interesting because, I mean, this is a more expensive stock, this Toyo, TOYO. You typically don't get, expensive stocks, well, more expensive stocks in here over really $5. I mean, look at all the stocks here. They're generally speaking under $5, and I'll explain why. So, but here's the Toyo, Toyo, on the move here. And this is an all-time high, right? Yeah, an all-time high. So, I mean, this could be extremely interesting, to keep following it anyway. It's an all-time high now, Toyo. Maybe if it pulls back a little bit. But I mean, right now, this is an all-time high, Toyo. So any stock that has won a race, click on it. The GXAI that was very active in the pre-market. So, again, I know I repeat myself all the time, but you don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. This could have been one of those ones that it was holding the VWAP, coming into the VWAP, maybe holding. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you watch to see if it clears it a little bit more. It's over the VWAP a little bit more, and you take the trade and put your stop just under the VWAP as an example. So anything that's won a race, click on it. Lobo, let's see what it's doing. Another one. Well, unfortunately, it's under the VWAP. But sometimes, I mean, the fact that it's under the VWAP, maybe it turns into a short. Now it's too short. It's too. First of all, two things: there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, and I generally do not short stocks that are like in the $1 level. But some of you might not care. So the stock is now broken through the VWAP. Why don't you ask William that? William, what do you think of SOC? But let's take a look at it. Well, the best thing I can say about it is that it's curled over the VWAP. Okay. I mean, it's down for the day, but it is trying to curl, and it's over the VWAP now. Now, whether you take the trade or not, I'm not saying to take it, but I mean, at least it is VWAP, in the 1250 mark, 1256 mark. So it's a little bit above the VWAP. So if you took this trade right now, and then you put your stop just underneath the VWAP, that's an idea. I'm not saying to do it, but that's an idea. But it's an energy play, and I mean, XLE is, I'm surprised it's up. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. So it's interesting that XLE is up. I would have thought with the market running, I thought maybe XLE would be down. But anyway, so again, click on anything that has won a race before. Click on any stock you see in here. You just don't know what it's going to look like until you click on it. Here's a CRNT down here. Here's could be interesting. It's above the VWAP. But why are these stocks now? If you see a stock, I mean, it's rare that you do. Briefly, I saw LEGN in here. There it is. In fact, LEGN. It's rare. It's rare you see This like a stock in both of these races. It is kind of rare. But LEGN, I guess it's having a great day. Yeah, it's not an earnings play, but it is having a really good day. So why are these stocks showing up here? All races start from a top list window. So if I right click in the body of this race, open the top list. So here is the list of stocks that my race starts from. So if I right click on this race on the top list, there's an option that says launch the real-time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. So why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Well, if I right click and click on configure, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Minimum 200,000 shares have traded and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If a stock meets those filter requirements, it'll be here. Now, I've limited it to the top 50. There would be more stocks that meet the requirements, but I've limited it to the top 50. Okay, that's just something I've done. So you can still use a top list like this. I mean, before we had races and all, here's how you would use a top list. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as I have a column header, that is the change from the close, which I do, that's C%. If I double left click, it'll sort the stocks. So DXST is up the most from yesterday's close, all the way down, okay, down to BTQ down 4%. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from the opening trade of the day, I have that change from the open. That's right there, 0%. And I can double left click. And DXST is also leading the charge. It's up 47% from its opening trade. So what you can do with the top list window is, as long as you have the column header, you can sort on any column header you've got. So for instance, you might have a column header that says the change in 5 minutes, the change in 10 minutes. So you can do things like, show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes. Obviously, you can do the same thing in reverse. Show me the stocks that are down the most from yesterday's close. These stocks are all going to be up because, they're up at least 2% from yesterday's close. But I could flip the script and find the stocks that are down the most. But but the way the race works is it doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock is moving the most percentage wise. So you can see VCIG, I don't know where, there it is, sort of in the middle of the pack. And, VCIG has been a very active stock over the last few weeks. What if, it's up 13%? What if it really started to move again, though, 18%, 20%, 21%, etc., up this list? How would you know? Well, the race takes care of that. The race doesn't care, again, where a stock is in the list of stocks. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. Now, you'll more than likely see, the DXST and the ZJYL. You're going to see these stocks probably in this race all day long because, people are following it. Its relative volume is 1,900 times normal. 140 times normal from the DXST. So that's why you're going to see those stocks, but it doesn't mean that out of nowhere, the Fluence, surprise it's in here, the Fluence is up 10%. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it's up 12%, 15%, 20%? That's what the race will do for you. It'll show you a stock that is moving the most since the race started. Okay, let me just continue a little bit. 158. I'll answer your question, how to trade with the AI. So hopefully this makes sense. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. Again, this is what I want to see, but you might want to see a different price range. You might want to add some filters. If you have any trading experience, but you can create your own top list window and then launch your race on it. This race is a little bit different. If I open the top list, interesting. Still had a big list of stocks. There are days where I can open this and only get at 3 or 4 stocks. But and the reason why and it's still not as big as the other list, but what I'm doing in this one, these are the filters that I'm using. So I'm looking for stocks between 10 and 70, 200,000 shares and up 2%, sort of the same, but this is restricting what I want to see, position in the range, with that 95 position in the day's range. What that 95 means, if I put 100 there, that would mean that the stock is right at the high of the day. So 95 would mean it's pretty close to the high of the day, but I also have a minimum float requirement, 50 million, and a minimum market cap of 500 million. These three filters are not here. It's interesting that, I'm getting quite a few stocks still. It's pretty interesting. Large cap stocks are still, they're very active today as they were yesterday. It's not like the market is ripping. So the same thing though, you can create your own. If you want to have a large cap, but maybe you want a higher market cap, maybe some of you look at that 500 million. Well, that's not that large. So you can make it a billion, 2 billion, whatever you want. You can create your own top list with your own set of parameters and run the race on it. Okay, so let me answer the question, how you trade. Now, first of all, 158, are you a premium subscriber? Do you have access to the AI? I just need you to answer that question. Hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me? 158, you asked about how you trade with this AI. I just need to know if if you have access to it, if you're a premium subscriber. Hopefully you don't have me on mute. Okay. But are you a premium subscriber? Do you have access to the AI? Just need an answer. Oh, okay. So you don't have a subscription yet. Oh, not at all. Okay, well that's fine. Well, it's hard for me to explain it. I mean, well, it's not hard, but I mean, this is what the AI looks like. Okay. You have an alert price, you have a stop, but how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. I traded the ABVX as an example. There was a short opportunity at 82.87. I didn't take it there, but I use this like a watch list. You cannot auto trade it, but this is what it kind of looks like. You just wait for the alerts to happen. And it's like, for me, it's like a watch list. So do I take every trade? Of course not. Some, I didn't take, I didn't like the SDA. I mean, it's up 12%. I obviously would have been nice, but I didn't like it because I thought that 150 might block it. I didn't think it had enough room to run. So it all depends on your trading experience. Are you a new trader also? Not just like, are you a new trader? The bottom line, it's not like you just blindly take every trade. Just because you get an alert from the AI, you just pile in. You have to have some trading experience. And trading experience would mean to me, when you click on a symbol, okay, so you know how to read charts and all that. You feel you know how to read charts. Well, okay. If you know how to read charts, then when you get an alert from our AI, you just click on the chart, and if you like what you see, then you take it. If you don't, you don't take it. Okay. But it's not like this is just take every trade that comes into the AI. I mean, these ones obviously have worked out pretty nicely, especially that short. But again, this is a nice move. It's a 10% move now for the SDA. But here are a couple of short opportunities also. We talked about these in the pre-market. Both of the ABVX and the CELC. And there's nothing for you to do. This AI, I mean, this will be blank until at least 9:40. It doesn't, there's nothing for you to do in terms of setting it up. You just load it before the market opens, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. The earliest alert will be at 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but in this case, you did. Now, in general, also, just for people who do have the AI, remember the reentry price column. That was a pretty tight stop. The alert price was at 127. It actually got stopped out at 123, but then it came halfway between, which is 125, which gave you an opportunity to take, if you didn't take the trade the first time, to take the trade and just wait for reentries. The reentry will trigger if the stock ever hits the stop and it comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop in this case. So you can see there are some reentries. Do they all work? This is why I was hoping that the QUCY may later on, may. I still have a price alert over 3, but using it like a watch list. The NE 394 reentry, it's at 409 now. But would I take the trade? Not necessarily, because I look at the VWAP. Oh, how ugly did this get? Remember the last time we were looking at the LFVN, sorry. The spread wasn't great, but got over $1, got up to 10.75, and look at this big collapse down. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So for me, the AI is a watch list. It's nothing more, nothing less than it's a watch list for me. Doesn't mean every trade I look at and I take. And why it's an interesting watch list too, because the AI may, for the reasons why the AI selected a stock, maybe it was just early. That's kind of how the reentry works, but maybe it was just early. Maybe the whole idea of it was pretty good, but it was early, and maybe it drops, and maybe who knows, maybe this QUCY gets down to here, has a nice base. I don't have a scan. I have a top list that I can give to you that shows you stocks that are right around the VWAP. It's just that I'm aware of it. Okay, I'm just aware that. So you look at the QCY. I wouldn't take this trade. I'd like to see it. Number one, get above the VWAP. I'm just aware of it more than anything. It's not that I'm fixated on. Here's the DXST. So if I want to take this trade, it's possible. It's just over the VWAP. But the problem I always have with these is that, they especially these ones that are very low float. It's not a scan. It's just a top list window that shows you stocks near the VWAP. I can give it to you. It's a top list. Okay. So near the VWAP, over or under. Okay. Let's see what it looks like. Now, there's a lot of stocks here. So it has to be at least 1%. Okay, so let's take a look at SSSS. And you can see there's the VWAP right there. And so at the time, it has to be at least within 1% of the VWAP on the high side and no more than 1% below the VWAP on the low side. Okay. Now you can take this, you can see the QCY, it's probably just, I mean, it's just underneath the VWAP. So you could take this, okay, and then you can adjust it to however you want. Here's my price. The current volume is at least 2. You might want to put a price range. I've got 300,000 shares. Here's my price range of 1 in 50. But you can take this, of course, and it's got to be at least up 2% from the open or down at least 2% from the open. So you can take all this and, of course, adjust it the way you want to see it. But let's take a look at the INFQ. These are all stocks that are going to be right around the VWAP. Okay. All right, guys. Well, the ABVX is continuing down now. It's been a little bit choppy, though. Okay, guys. So let's see now. How's that stack doing? STAK. So here's another one, came into the VWAP. You might have looked at that and got, okay, into the VWAP, kind of holding, 136. The VWAP's at 129 or so. Take the trade and put your stop just under the VWAP. An idea, just an idea. Now there is a scan. I mean, we do have some. The the issue with this, I'll show you. I mean, you can always take a look at this also. So if you do a search and then you type in VWAP, this is somewhat controversial. Okay, cross above the VWAP, cross below the VWAP. You may say, "Wow, that's exactly what I want." Now, the issue that a lot of people have with it is that it does require volume confirmation, which is not necessarily the worst thing. So, especially if you were looking at, you know, larger cap stocks. I mean, if it's one of these super runners, one of these low flow stocks, and they cross the VWAP, by the time you get the volume confirmation, it could have run a lot. I'm actually going to create one. I'm just going to, for fun, create one of these, an alert window. Okay, I'm going to create one, a new alert window. New alert window. Start from scratch. Load the settings. Okay, now window specific filters. So I'll put in a price range of say 1 to 50, 1 to 75, because I want to catch some of these larger. Um, do the same sort of thing. I want to see the stocks. and say 500K. Okay, now I'm going to search for that. Okay, so what I've done here is I've created a little scan. Just and I want to see how close to the VWAP when you get the alert some of these are. Okay, so I'm going to just call this VWAP crosses, and you can see how it can work. It'll work on the way down or on the way up. Okay, so there's INFQ cross below the VWAP. Okay, but the issue for some people is that, well, wait a minute, the VWAP is at 1908. I want to know the second, but you can see 1907, you can see, but it required a little bit confirmed by volume. The idea was this is that okay, a stock can go down on one share or two shares below and pop right back up and all that. So they meaning Trade Ideas, the powers that be, decided that instead of just showing the act, they wanted to have a little bit of volume confirmation. And for some people, they don't like that. So here's let's take a look at the BGC. So it's the end of the world, 10:09, and it's at 10:16 now. Not necessarily, but you can see there was the view out there. There was the crop. There was the cross. So with that top list window, what it does is, though, it shows you stocks that are right near. I mean, that's a for sure. So it shows you stocks that are right near the VWAP. No more than 1% above or 1% below. You can change that percentage also. Let's take a look at the PER. So it just crossed down below the VWAP. Now, if I saw something that had just crossed below the VWAP, see, maybe another type of some filters to put in. I'd rather see something that was it's going to be maybe I don't know how hard it would be to create, but something that was moving down in an orderly fashion and then cross down below the VWAP, as opposed to this sort of. The same sort of thing. I mean, this is just too choppy. I mean, to me, this could go up, down, above the VWAP. It's just a little too choppy. So maybe what I could do, just out of for fun, add something like this to see. Now let me see if I get any alerts. What I've done now is it has to be down at least three 5-minute candles in a row, or up 3 minute or 5-minute candles in a row. Now I want to see if to get a little more of a trend. Just want to see if I get anything from that. All right, guys, this Saro, I have this one, the TI wave buy and the 5 minute. Okay, this is Saro just showing up here, 25.54. Okay, now if you want to know how to get that, it's part of the standard service. Because remember, we cannot get real-time alerts for your own scans for the buy flags. Okay, you cannot get them. Today's Tuesday, tomorrow's Wednesday. So, you can keep pestering Dan if he does his YouTube stream tomorrow, the CEO from Trade Ideas. You can keep pestering him on that. So what I'm talking about is to create your own scan with your own set of parameters and then have a real-time alert when you get a buy flag or a sell flag. I mean, this is interesting, because you got the buy flag there and it's just over the VWAP. And that's the SARO. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right. Well, since I added those two filters, the 5 minute up or 5 minute down consecutive, I've got no alerts. Anyway, guys, I mean, this is just an idea. If you want to try that, create your own scan with a VWAP cross with your set of parameters, your price range you like, etc. Okay. Welcome to the welcome, Priya. Just give me a moment, okay? Time is it now? 11:16. Okay, guys, I'm really watching this one. I want to see if this holds the VWAP. Okay, I mean it's right sitting on the VWAP. This is the SARO. So the first thing is if you've just joined, you should do this first, okay? Before you do anything else. If you've already done it, great. But if not, please do this first. And I'm not trying to tease you here. I'm going to show you what to do here. So if you click on my homepage link, Okay, click on my homepage link. And if you scroll down until you get to the education section, more info, okay? Now, if you haven't done this already, this is almost mandatory. You do not almost. This is mandatory. You do this. The getting started with trade ideas. Now, if you've already downloaded the program and you know how to log in, you don't have to do the first one. But you see the second one: alerts and top lists. Okay, these are 12 short videos to get you started. If you've just joined today, do yourself a favor and take a look at these videos. Okay, they're short videos, and that'll cover most of the key elements of the program. I mean, it's a software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. So how to set up an alert window will be right in here as an example. Okay, your own alerts. Okay, so if you do that, and then you can come back, and then I can, if you're, we can take a look at maybe something you're trying to create, and I can help you through that. But you've got to get the basics down first. Okay. And again, this room is like this Monday to Friday. I get on the mic at around 9 o'clock, between 9 and 9:15 a.m. This room is actually open though at quarter to 7, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't open it. Obi in the room opens it. And I get on the mic at about anywhere between 9 and 9:15. And I go to noon, and then I take a break for about an hour, and then I come back at 1. And then I go, well, as long as I get questions, I go to at least 2 o'clock, but I'll always stay later if there are questions. And now it's 11:19, so I think it's Steve. Actually, I'm not sure who's going to be in our YouTube room today. When I take my break, one of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over from me. So I just got to find out who it's going to be today. I think it could be Steve. He might be doing double duty this week. And it is Steve. Okay. All right, guys. So the big day, 2 days from now. Anybody know what the big day is? 2 days from now? June the 4th? Hands up. Nah, not my birthday. Nah. There you go. Sandy, you win a free trip to, where would you like to go? The Maldives. Okay. Anyway, yeah, the PDT rule for you guys down in the United States of America is finally over. And when I say you guys, of course, I live in Vancouver, so we've never had that rule. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens on June the 4th and going forward. We'll probably get a lot. Well, my brethren, then we are part of the Commonwealth, Priya. Should I get Apex? You're talking about the premium service. Is that a series? Are you? I'm answering Chauncey in our YouTube room. I don't know. I mean, what sort of a trading experience do you have? I mean, if you don't have the program at all, I would probably start off with standard and start from there. I mean, Apex. I think that's what they call the premium. I really dislike that. The company's trying to get a little cutesy here. I mean, I just call it standard service, premium service. Premium has our AI. Oh yeah. The room, both rooms are free. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in these rooms. Can't help you there, IQ. Don't know why it's not running. Have you checked your rules? The limit offset and things like that. I mean, it's impossible for me to know. You've Yeah, it's impossible for me to know. Yeah, so I would not start off with a premium service. The other thing too, if you're new to this trading world, then the first thing I would do, I'm talking to Chauncey in our YouTube room. I mean, it's impossible for me to know why it's not. I mean, you've done it before, so obviously you know how to. I'm sorry, I know I'm flipping back and forth. Obviously, you have to. It has to be enabled. Click to enable, so you know all that. So it's almost impossible for me to know. You'd probably have to send your link to Chris to take a look at the why it's not why nothing is happening. Edit the trading strategy, make sure that you are in TI paper trading in the accounts. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's impossible for me to know. Order details, make sure there's your limit offsets. Oh, it wasn't enabled. Okay. Well, you have to enable every day. Every day. And the reason being is that, you know, when we first allowed, just give me a moment. When we first allowed or came up, auto trading at all, and you have to enable every day, every single day. The reason being is that you don't want to forget that it's enabled. I mean, this is in the simulator, so it wouldn't be horrible. But I mean, imagine if you just forgot that you had enabled something and you were connected to your live account, and because it was the default was to have it enabled every day, and you forgot and you didn't want to, or you're gone. So you have to enable it every day. It's not a big deal. And it doesn't work. You cannot auto trade, in the pre-market. So I mean, you've got all sorts of time. I don't know about the man, but so for Chauncey, if you have very limited trading experience, okay, Trade Ideas it's a fabulous program. It's called Trade Ideas for a reason, though. It generates ideas. It doesn't teach you how to trade. So if you go down to the education section off my homepage, click on the more info, and right here, these are back to basics, okay? 15 videos. They're all free, okay? 15 free videos. That's where I would start, because you have to know how to read a chart, okay? The other thing is, as far as you could also look at the getting started with trade ideas to kind of understand what the program is all about. You start off with that second video, the alerts and top list, go to the end. There are 12 short videos here. Before I would take out, and this is for anybody out there, before I would take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, I would look at those videos, because how do you know if you want the program? I mean, even if you have some trading experience, how do you know this is the program for you? I'm talking, in general, not just to Chauncey. All right, guys, kind of watching this Sarro, but you know what it's doing? It's sitting sort of right on the VWAP and it's kind of drifting down a little bit. I'm waiting to see if it can hold this level and get back into the 50s. Doesn't look like. All right, I'm going to put a price alert around 25.50 for this one. And the only reason I'm sort of somewhat fixated on it is because it did show up on that scan. Okay, the TI wave buy 5 minutes down here at 25.54. Obviously, it's a little bit underneath that now, but I sort of had an idea. I kind of liked it because it was just over the VWAP also. And again, if you want to know how to get this, I can show you. It's part of the standard service. TI wave buy in 5 minutes. Whoa! Wow! I wish I'd held some of it, but I did not. Look at the ABVX now. I wish it had done obviously this, kept doing this instead of having this little jog up. Now it's really, remember now the next low looking left on a monthly chart is 62 something or 67. Yeah, around 67. Okay, that's it for the Saro, guys. It did not get back over. Did not get back over 50, so it's a non-issue for me now. I have a price alert up here, but I don't like it anymore. All right, guys, 11:30. So I just got to figure out, or not figure out, just find out who is. Oh, it is Steve. Yeah, Steve confirmed that. So in about half an hour, I'll be taking a break. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. Well, here's another one with a little buy flag, but it's funny. A lot of these little buy waves are seem to be right around the VWAP for some reason. I don't know if that's not by design. I don't think it is anyway. All right, Poe, are you kidding me? Now, did you hold it overnight? The WOK? You didn't. Okay, 'cause I think you said you might swing it. All right. ASTI, where could it go? A little bit of room, guys. I mean, 985 or so, a little bit of room. 980 is the next high looking left. Okay, so I wonder. I was saying that this scan that was created, it might have something to do with the VWAP too. Okay, it's not just a matter of seeing a buy flag, but I mean, virtually every single one of them are right around the VWAP. Hmm. No, that's not the Holly. No, the Holly AI is everything I've just showed you is not nothing to do with the Holly AI, Chauncey. Holly AI looks like this, and well, obviously, right now, a tremendous short for the ABVX is 12% down now, but that's what it looks like. You can create all your own scans. I mean, I use I mean, I do use the AI, but I don't use it exclusively. Here's another one, guys, right around the VWAP, the ELMT had a big well, look what it did though. It got up to 2257 and closed right down here at 19. So there's a big pullback, basically closed at the low of the day. Not great. All right, guys. Well, I'm not really seeing too much that I'm interested in right now. Suppose the any had a big day yesterday. Look what it's doing though. It's right at the 200-day moving average again. Okay, 396. So it's right at the 200-day moving average, below the VWAP, which I don't like. So Legion, LEGN is now next high looking left on a monthly chart is 3664. So it's got a little bit of room. What a day it's having. I mean, what a day. 24 to 35. This is a bio, I think. Yes. It's not a low float either, right? I don't think we saw this in the pre-market. I didn't see this one in the pre-market. LEGN. And why? Well, look at that. It didn't do anything until the market opened, the 9:30 open, and then it just exploded. And their experimental cell therapy shows promise in blood cancer patients. So that that's all. That's what it. That's the news. And this won 9 races today in the large cap. Well, let's see how well it holds over 35. I mean, right now you're in chase mode. I mean, there's no question, but look how beautiful it's followed the wave. You know, it's just following that wave up. The trend is up, up, up. Wow. I might have to concentrate more on the large caps now, guys, because I'm just not finding the huge follow through on the low floaters. So how's it? How about is the uranium play UEC? How much room does it have? Yeah, a little bit of room, 1550 or so. But again, it's just sort of straight up. And the float, it's a huge float, 480 million in the float. How is URA doing? Let's take a look at the ETF for uranium. More than likely it'll be moving higher because that's one of the so uranium. Wow, in fact, that's a great move. Look at that 5% move for the uranium ETF. So UEC is actually, I think, it's lagging a bit. No, I'm wrong. It's up 11%. So this is one of the leaders. How's Cameco doing? CMJ? No. Okay. CCJ, I should know that. So how's CCJ doing? So yeah, so see, this is I think the world leader, one of the world leaders in uranium. That is Saskatchewan. So yeah, so this is just ripping. So uranium plays are going crazy today. So let's see how well this UEC holds. Holds, when I say hold. And this is I don't. Yeah, so this is another uranium play. Boy, the uranium plays are just going crazy today, guys. Well, it's hard for me to answer a question like that. Would it be unwise to trade strictly off indicators and news from Bloomberg? I mean, there's all sorts of different trading styles. I mean, so strictly, and depending what indicators you're using, I mean, it's nice to see news, I suppose, but if you're just going to, you're not, I mean, it's hard for me to answer a question like that. If you're new to trading, I mean, it's depending on the indicators you're looking at. I mean, that's not how I trade, but there's all sorts of different trading styles. Actually, let me take a look at this because this should be really moving them in the dog channel bar. I want to take a look at this sector status channel. Regardless of how you trade, you have to understand how to use charts, though. Okay. So there's NLR. Yeah, that's what I thought. NLR, which is the uranium and nuke ETF. I mean, it's got a little bit of volume, but you can see this is, this is probably mainly because of uranium. Well, you know what? I mean, the longer this holds over 15, the more interested I'm going to get in this, sort of basing a little bit over 15. I mean, it's got the room, obviously, on the monthly chart and on the daily chart, it's got some room to about the 1554 level. So I'm definitely interested in this one, the UEC. It's in a super strong sector. Uranium is very hot today. Also, they had a little bit of news too on their own. Okay, provides date. Well, okay, it's all it is a date for their third quarter results. So that's hardly news. I mean, it's news, but it's not earth shattering news. I thought maybe they were giving guidance or something to that effect, but they're not. All right, guys. So it is now 11:44. So in about 15 minutes, I will be taking my break. Steve Gomez from take over for me in our YouTube room. It's interesting because XLE is still positive for the day. Okay, with the market ripping, usually that means maybe there's going to be, who knows what it means, but whatever happens over there, the market is moving higher. Boy, this QUCY just does not want to really take out three in a big way. Not yet, anyway. It's a pretty low float, 22 million. Now, I do see that SARO is back. I'm going to take a look at this one again, SARO. It had the pullback. It's now again through the VWAP. Another buy flag here. All right, guys. Cap is on the move, but look left, and it's too close to that high, so I can't take that trade. So here's a nuke at the top here. So here's some of the nukes, guys. NXE and the SMR. Did SMR win a race? Yes, it won a race. SMR. Still, I mean, these things, these nukes have just gotten hammered. Well, this UEC, I mean, really, really interested in this UEC, but it's like it's stuck right now just over that 15 level. Put a price on it around 15.10. See if it gets back there at least, because it's such a strong sector. Well, good luck on that one, Todd. I mean, it's been a tough one. This QC, I mean, it's been a real tough one. You know, it had such a fantastic run from 30 cents, 30 cents. That was back in May the 12th. So well, 3 weeks ago or so. 30-cent stock. It got up to $5 in what, 1, 2, 3 days. Crazy. And I mean, it's a low float, but it's not crazy low. I thought, looking at that run, I would have thought it was under a million shares, but it's 22 million. Okay, UEC, are you ready? What do they do even? What do they do? AI, okay, assembling an artificial intelligence powered quantum accelerated system of systems, autonomous, defense, crypto. I'm kidding. I mean, why don't you put everything in here? Quite the mouthful, what they do, guys. So it's a quant. At least they didn't say they were a world leader in it. Yeah. Well, here's a Saro. Well, first of all, I'm taking my break in about 8 minutes from now, so I'm not sure I want to take anything new. It may be SSG, but I'll bet you any money that you wish you had bought as much as you could afford of this one down at 30 cents. Like 3 days, well, not 3 days ago, but right here. But who knows exactly? It's just amazing. When you see these sort of moves, you think, okay, got to be over today, got to be over that day, got to be over that day. It's just amazing. Okay, guys, it's 11:52. So what I want to do, I'm just going to put my announcement up. I'll still be here until Steve shows up in our YouTube room, but I want to put my announcement up. Well, um, yeah, UEC is trying to hold on to 15. Only reason I'm fixated on it is because it's such a strong sector. Okay, and see if there's a little bit of a pullback and maybe gets back up to 15, 12 or so. And I'm going to be sort of here, even when I take my break. When I say here, I mean at my desk. I'm not really wandering away. Okay, the next thing I'll do in our main room is put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Steve in about 5 minutes or so. He's not there yet. So, Chauncey, again, I don't know if you're still around, but, I wasn't trying to be flippant about your question. Um, Nothing is unwise if it works. Okay. I mean, if a person traded strictly off indicators, whatever those indicators might be, and news from Bloomberg, if it works, I would never say no, that's dumb. Never. I'm just not a big indicator guy, but that doesn't mean that you or anybody else listening to me shouldn't be. Wow, that ABVX just absolutely cratering still. This is actually right there, that break of the VWAP right there. And look what it tried to do. It got into the VWAP. I tried to get through it, couldn't really do it. VWAP acted as resistance, and then boom. And again, they had news. Okay, bad, bad news. Okay, guys. So the SPY now is, well, it's obviously positive now, riding that wave up, pulling back a little bit. Well, again, there's the VWAP right above. Well, I mean, look, if you took the trade right now at 407 and it got to 431, that'd be great. But, the VWAP is still the overhang right there. So I just can't bring myself to take the trade. It's barely above the close of yesterday now, 6 cents above. I'm talking about the ANY, A-N-Y. Early, no, I took it at 70, I think it was 78.68. That's where I took it. That was early, SSG. I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately, but I got about $4 on it. And then about on the first bit that I traded out, and then about 2 on the second bit. Might take 15 seconds or 30 seconds. Okay, Prez. It's not instantaneous necessarily. And also, depending on what you've got in your top list window, make sure you don't have any filters that are blocking that. But it's not instant. It's not like, oh, there's a little pop. Okay, so Steve's in our YouTube room now, guys. So I'm going to take my break now. So we'll see you guys in the main room in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Stephen Gomez to our YouTube room. How are you doing this morning?
Good. I don't have my camera working, but no big deal.
No big deal.
There we go. You can see more of the screen that way.
Mm-hmm. How about that ABVX short?
ABVX.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't looked at it. Is that a Holly call? I haven't even looked at them yet.
Oh yeah, it's a Holly call. Yeah, $82, 71 now on a short.
Boy, interesting.
Yeah. No, it chopped around a bit. I took it earlier around a little over 78, got down to 74, covered some, then it started moving up and I got out of it completely. But now look at it. I mean, it's just and there's, had news, bad news. It's a drug, it's a bio and bad news.
Right. Those will tend to just keep bleeding as people.
Oh yeah.
Deer in the headlights.
Well, it's interesting too because it traded. Of course, the news hit after hours yesterday, and it got down to I think 67 something. Which, if you look on the monthly chart, that is the low on the monthly chart. If you look at a monthly chart, got right to that low.
Those are deadly. Those biotechs when they don't get their way.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. But anyway, I'll take my break now, Steve, and I'll try to show up about 5:02 so you can head off to your important meeting.
Yeah. Always important.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, we'll see you later.
Hang on. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick.
Okay.
Not one of those drinks. All right. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Market just keeps grinding higher, making it hard on the short sellers. So there was a person I was going to help to build. I think they were looking for a scanner for something that was pulling back, making new 5-minute lows at the VWAPs. If you're here, go ahead and say hello, and I can help you with that scan. It's kind of a give back day for me, sitting in a lot of stuff. Bitcoin's getting annihilated. Let's look at here's the trading view. It's a 30-minute chart. It was up here at 73 just a day ago. Now it's at 67. I have a feeling, I don't know, I'm discussing this with somebody that, the way the market headlines come, the drone stocks are in play, government contracts for drone. The quantum stocks are going to get some government. The rare earths are going to get some government help. Well, it just seems like these nano nukes are one headline away, excuse me, from a move that a lot of these other sectors have enjoyed. And I happened to see on X yesterday, somebody pointed out that a giant call position out of the money was bought on Oklo. And so in the back of my mind, I thought I want to own some Oklo today. So I bought some typical, look at yesterday, big washout and then right back up. This morning, a little washout, right back up. That's what strong stocks tend to do as the algorithms get a hold of them in the opening bell, drive them down, reverse them, run as many weak hands as they can out before the buying really kicks in. That's just something I notice for a long time now. I'm getting hurt most in the Bitcoin stocks. ABTC trying to break $1. Did DJT owns a lot of Bitcoin, but had a good move, just giving some back. Some of the names I've been talking about last week, Xerox is a funny little stock. The way it just pops up and then pulls back, it's like it's growing hair. It's like friggin' Muppet up here growing hair. So that's a personality. It's a great example of how some stocks just have personalities. They don't get too far ahead of themselves. They're like a horse that wants to run, but they just keep getting pulled back. DXYZ, I exited that last week thanks to Barry. Actually, I owe Barry the in and the out on DXYZ. He's the one who told me about it back here at 29 and had a great trade, sold some, bought some back, and then boom, this day here, he said, hey, watch out. They just did $1 billion shelf offering. So I immediately got out. So not only did Barry get me in, he actually got me out too. This is the Barry trade, DXYZ. I haven't touched it since. Once they announced those shelf offerings and dilution, it just seems to get really tricky. I mean, I got my pound of flesh and then some out of this thing with the SpaceX IPO hype, and that might be it. To try and jump back in and relive the magic, it never really works for me. It seems like it's kind of a one and done. In this case, it was two and done before they diluted the stock. All right. Well, anyway, I've got an hour to fill. If anybody has any questions, I can go through my positions. I do that sometimes. I'm in kind of hedge fund mode right now. I've got maybe 30% of the account dedicated to smaller names that I'm willing to day trade and give up and trade in and out of. But those are slowly dwindling as I kind of establish positions. This Oklo is, like I said, purchased this morning, and I don't think I want to let it go. That's doing the best for me. Xerox, as I mentioned, is doing okay. Tesla had to come down and make things difficult yesterday, but look at how funny it is. This is why I think, algorithms, they need inputs. The 200-day SMA was very critical back here as support. We broke it. It became resistance again, gapped to it and above, traded below, and then it came back and it literally touched it this morning, pretty much, the 200-day SMA. So it's slowly turning upwards too. The 200 SMA is starting to slowly slope up. It's like a freight oil tanker. But the point being, a lot of the inputs and reversals happen in the opening hour, half an hour, and nice little double tap there on the daily 200-day SMA. So it's not lost on me and Tesla. It's hard. This is my original position down here. I'm not going to let this one go. My whole portfolio kind of started with this really good Tesla pickup, and then some other things came behind it. Rumble, I'll show you that one. But if you're going to sit in things, you've got to sit through the higher lows, and that's where we are right now. I think in Tesla, ideally, we're back above 450. Later this month, we'll see what happens. Groupon, again, I've been in and out of this one. I sold it 2 days ago because I was testing my 3-day theory, and I watched it yesterday, and I just didn't want any part of it. But today, there it is. There's a little spike down on the open, and then it popped right back up. Why do I like Groupon? Because when I've got some money to go shopping, when I've got some money to go shopping, I will. People have asked me, hey, Steve, what scan do you like to use? And I'll turn over to this short squeeze scan because the market is in full short squeeze mode right now. And the way I've got this sorted is based on the biggest percentage float. So Wolf has, according to this, 100% short the float. Don't know how that's possible, but I said that about GameStop once. HCWB is down on the day, but has a giant float. And then here's Groupon. So I'm in one of the top 3 highest short float names. And I did it by waiting for my jump rope. Now mind you, I had a good trade. I sold out up here. And I basically waited for the jump rope to come back around. And I picked it up this morning. I'm on the open. I'm in the green right now. So hopefully this is day 1 of maybe another multi-day squeeze. They still have a lot of shorts to work off. There's only 20 million shares in the float. So what are you going to do? If you're short, Groupon that is, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit? Are you going to pile into some more shorts? Are you going to quietly try and walk away? I'm going to try and anticipate a giant short squeeze using the trade ideas data that we've aggregated to show me that Groupon is one of the highest shorted float names right now. And wouldn't it make sense? I mean, you can laugh all you want, Groupon, but people are literally struggling out there right now, and they're trying to save money. So there's literally a story as well. One good headline from Groupon about how people are turning back to them to try and, make ends meet right now. The shorts could be running for the hills in this thing, and I want to participate in that. So that's some of my allocated day trade money, or slowly swing trade money. I'll get out of that when the time comes. Nibius, I thank Dan for just kind of turning me on to, the Nibius stock. I wish I had bought more sooner, but kind of traded in and out of it back here. But essentially, I got in back here at 158. So I'm just trying. I've got just enough to not get me upset when it pulls back, and enough to get excited when it has big moves like it did yesterday. So normally I'm not in these giant caps. Another one that I picked up, and I've been having my eye on this one, and I really wanted this one. Could have gotten it prematurely. Let's see. I'm down a couple cents in this thing. Joby Aviation. So this one also goes with Archer. These are the, ACHR. These are the new flying Ubers, autonomous AI shuttles that'll get you from Manhattan to Staten Island quickly, or from Oakland to downtown San Francisco quickly, rather than sitting in a car. And they're getting closer and closer to, just like the Tesla vehicles are, driving themselves. These things are getting closer to FAA regulation passing. Yes. So I'm in some Joby, probably short term. I just love the chart. I think I can see it kind of coming alive. This day pulled back, held the backstop of the 20-day SMA perfectly. Really nice push, and it's not giving much back, but a lot of the stocks I'm in right now are in this consolidation mode. This is a perfect bull flag, in my opinion, for Joby Aviation. So a swing trade, maybe I can get a nice push. If we zoom out and look left, I've already got that. See, I've already got this blue line showing me this is a spot to maybe take some Joby off if I get a good move, because it's a gap fill. So always be looking left to try and figure out what your target is, so it doesn't catch you by surprise and you don't know how to act in the moment. But look at those beautiful, beautiful charts. Big push, little bull flag sideways, not much pullback in price. So another anticipation trade by me popping into Joby. RXT is worth a mention. I'm not in it. I traded out of it yesterday, and I'm kind of glad I did it. I thought it's been a good move. It was also the trade of the week. People were happy with it. And as it turns out, it was good to just take one day and pop out of it. It got ahead of itself a little bit yesterday, but nonetheless, it's participating in the data center hype. Trade of the week, RXT. I turned it into cash so I could recycle it into something today. I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. GameStop, this is the one that's causing me the most grief as an open position. I'm underwater. I don't like it, but I really am fascinated with what Ryan Cohen's trying to do with the eBay, and the whole naked short thing is still looming out there for a few of these names, GameStop included. I think there could be a GameStop 2.0 possible short squeeze event. And then this one is funny. This was another one I had my eye on. It's probably one of the reasons I sold RXT, was to raise some money. I wanted to get into some quant exposure. And it's so weird that Schwab would not let me buy ARQQ in the 401k. It's a totally overregulated account. There's only certain things I can do. So I had to call them up and say, can you take the whatever the caller is off of ARQ? I want to trade this thing tomorrow. Rigetti and Qubits, they're all looking really good too. So as I go through the names here, I'm trying to kind of have some diversity. So rather than buy Rigetti or Qubits, which I've been in those names, I like our ARQQ. It's a smaller name. It's a smaller float. It's also specialized in the cybersecurity, AI cybersecurity. So it's kind of a double cool story. And again, another chart that had basically introduced itself to the world right here. 1.5 days, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of sideways consolidation. It's only a matter of time, I think, before the price action, is challenged by this rising 10 SMA here on the daily. So another anticipation trade I'm in, sitting in something that's already kind of showed its hand, but giving us a sideways consolidation flag look. RR is a name that I've been in for a while. It's been the trade of the week, and I don't want to give this one up. I like the way it held the 50 down here. I think I added to it. I can't remember, but this was a new position. I started again, and I've been riding it, so I'm well in the money in RR. I just want, once again, here's another chart. I'm just waiting for a resolution of this consolidation. And I firmly believe a lot of these charts that I've been marking up like this, the path of least resistance is a continuation pattern as it comes out of those bear bull flags. So I'm not really concerned about the back and forth today. It's just kind of a wait and see, as a lot of these names, I'm kind of married to them for the moment. And then Rumble, and it was another one I picked up early down here, added to it. Some of my new positions, like 5 something. But all of a sudden, people realize, hey, Rumble built a whole AI data center, if you want to call it that, their whole tech stack platform. And they have already been leasing out space to people. And the CEO kind of reminded people of that. Hey, Nibis is doing great, but don't forget, we do the same thing as Nibis, but on a very smaller scale. So all of a sudden, a whole new light and energy came in. And by the way, this one's 22% short the float. I haven't really talked about these, but a lot of these names I'm in are continually high short float names. Rictech Robotics, 28% short float. Rum. I don't think Joby has that much short. Yeah, 13%, not much. Xerox still has a big short float, 26%. And then lastly, down here at the bottom, really sucking today, is the DJT, which is fine by me. It's starting its consolidation phase as far as I'm concerned. It needs to breathe. These stocks need to breathe. If you're going to sit in them for multi-days, you have to accept the red candles with the green candles. Just hope that it's sideways instead of major pullbacks. And then ABTC is really taking a beating today with the Bitcoin being down. And maybe, just maybe, we'll get kind of a midday reversal in the crypto stuff. XLM is one that I own, and it had a really good week. It had great news. DTCC, Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, announced they're going to use the XLM layer, whatever you want to call it, ledger, for tokenizing a lot of assets. And that literally brought this particular utility to life right there. So now it's just kind of working it off. Tried to run the stops right there, didn't it? Look at that. Perfect. Prior resistance became future support. And then this is a shakedown. This is a full-on liquidity hunt, as everybody sees the same level in XLM. And I firmly believe that that's all that's really happening here, because that's how these things trade sometimes. All right, making sure I'm not missing any questions. You guys are quiet today. I was hoping that one user that wanted me to build something would come in. I don't, and that kind of chart. All right. Well, let's see if he did show up. Let's get a head start. I could say, I want to build a new alert window to tell me in real time, not halt and resume, start from scratch. All right, the alert, I want a 5-minute low, I think is what he said. Here we go. Add alert. So this is our event. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to do consecutive candles. 5-minute consecutive candles. We'll do 3 of those. -3 down candles. Volume today, 200,000. Price 500. Change from the close. Got to be, I don't know about that. I do want to put a bigger composite rating. I want to see stocks that have decent daily charts. So we could say a composite rating of something like 80. So it's doing well in the daily chart. But midday, it's pulling back, making a new low. 3 consecutive candles. We want to find it catching, according to what he was asking, today's VWAP. Okay, distance from VWAP 1. What we do is we bracket it with like a -0.1, a positive 0.1. Let's see what we get. I'm going to switch this chart to 5-minute. And if we add VWAP, let's add that quick indicator. VWAP. Wow, look at that. I hope he comes in because I think I just built what he's already asking for. Here's a stock that's strong, but it's pulled back, and he wanted a new 5-minute low right at the VWAP, but I added 3 consecutive candles. So basically strong stock pulling back. This is traditionally where an institution would try to work their order heavily to try and get back on the bid side rather than chasing up here. That's the whole idea behind it. The institutions that have big orders, they pay a lot of money to get good average prices, and they use the VWAP as the gauge of how well the market maker is doing for them. So we could look at history today and see some of these other names. So this one came through, pulled back, gave us an alert, but bled through the VWAP. Interesting. This one came close, but no touch. So I'm going to save this for him. Hopefully he shows up. GameStop has earnings, and didn't you mention they have a lot of cash? Let's go back to GameStop. They have a lot of cash, and they just keep building more cash. Earnings June 10th. It's coming up 8 days. We'll probably know more about what their intentions are by then, but a lot of cash, $9 billion. I would take this and ask, Grok or ChatGPT, tell the AI, you are my Wall Street assistant, and I want you to evaluate the cash position and the balance sheet of GameStop. And given the fact that it's trading at this $20, blah, 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 earnings are coming up, how are the risks? It's an interesting tool you can use. It's just going back and forth through my entry price in Joby. But it's amazing what you can do with AI and just have it be your research assistant and give you an opinion. Yes, I can scan. I can share that scan anyway. I was probably waiting for somebody to ask that. Let's give it a name, and let's put it back on live, and let's call it what it is. Strong stocks. Low at VWAP. That's a good name for it. I'll save it to my cloud too. And we'll share it, just to lock it in there. But what I just did there really is the power of trade ideas that nobody else can do. FinViz can't do that. TradingView can't do that. TrendSpider can't do that. It's because we're setting up our technology to monitor the data like a police scanner. You got a radio scanner, and it's constantly updating it. Where those other ones are static. You can build something that you got to push enter, and then you get an input, you get an output. And then what? So Trade Ideas is like got one ear to the ground, monitoring everything that you tell it you want to see in real time, and seeing like a multi-layered concept, strong stocks, pulling back, making consecutive candles red, and doing so right at the daily intraday VWAP is a powerful tool. SMCI just came through. I just changed my chart so it won't show the perfectness of it, but I'm going to take the VWAP off. There we go. Yeah, I prefer Grok for many reasons, but basically Elon, I trust anything Elon's doing. He's earned my trust. Can't say that about all of them. Something just happened. Thought I heard an order trigger, but I don't think I have any orders out. Nope, that's weird. But Oklo's doing the best for me today. Nice push, probably a headline away. Xerox again, just waiting for a headline in Xerox. You got Dell, like all the old favorites doing just all sorts of amazing stuff. We got Hewlett Packard that did something amazing. They're all these old names are coming back to life again. Cisco. Why can't Xerox? So I'm going to sit and I'm going to wait and I'm going to see if that pattern continues by lifting other companies out of the grave as they reinvent themselves. That's what I'm fully expecting with Xerox, but it seems to want to race ahead, but it always finds a headwind. You know what that might be? That might be, I might have, let's see. Do I have, I do. I think I have, yes, I've got Play Sound. That's what it was. I thought I was getting an order on my Thinkorswim. We're going to take that sound off. So I gave that to you guys in that cloud setting with the sound alert on. So if you're probably wondering what that is. That Groupon trade, again, just trying to anticipate. Okay, I did something else to this. I'm going to turn that off. Properties, actions, show alert window. I don't want to see the alert window every time we get a new alert, which is a cool feature if you do want to see it. But a window as busy as this, I don't want to see that continually pop up. So again, those are a couple of changes that I made since I gave that out. I can give it out again with the changes made, so you don't have to. Oh, REM's pulling back a little bit, but in the bigger scheme of things, I just look over here and it's just kind of in line. Midday, we call that a bull flag. I don't like the way it broke the 130 there, of course. That's kind of a critical intraday spot, but it's midday. These things happen. All right, I can do whatever you guys want to look at. We can look at charts. I was hoping the person who wanted that scan would show up. You know, once the semis break down, it's probably a good indicator that the market might be a little tired, but until then, we're just not getting that much of a breakdown. There's Micron, had kind of a little middle finger action there this morning. Not exactly bullish, but sideways. A little bounce in Bitcoin showed up in IBIT there. The uranium stocks are extremely strong today. URA leading the sector, followed by nuclear, which is one of the reasons Oklo is doing the best for me. No mystery there. What's up, Ryan? You just so happened to catch my MU chart as I was looking at the semiconductors as just a gauge for when this market's going to tire out. And I was mentioning that little hiccup there as the middle finger. It's not exactly a bullish thing, but these semis, like I mentioned, they are strong. They are stubborn. And it reminds me of an old trader's axiom, which is basically the market can remain irrational and ridiculous longer than you can remain solvent. So that's why I was talking about it's hard to short things when the current is so strong in one direction, but it's fun when you win and you do get them to drop in your direction. But it can almost be a false it doesn't happen very often. Let's put it that way. Let's see how your ELF stock is doing. Oh, it couldn't fight its way through the 20 SMA. It had that really one good day. Then you see, this is why I like to use candlesticks, Ryan. That big wick right there is a big visual reversal that the sellers took charge right there. And they did so right at a key moving average, the 20. And as you can see, 2 days later, it just never really recovered from that. So the footprints in the sand are telling us that the sellers took a stand right there. Yeah. If I had to guess, this is like the darkest before dawn crypto. We're so close to the Clarity Act being voted on. I think the bankers are starting to throw a hissy fit over stablecoins getting yield and thus competing with their bullshit business model of fractional banking, where for every $1,000 you give them, they only have to keep 100 on the books, and they lend out the other 900, and they get to play with it. Well, that game is coming to an end soon, and they know it. At the beginning of it will be with the Clarity Act, especially if there's legislation that allows stablecoins to compete and allow people to earn a yield more than the pittance they are offering us. So it doesn't matter what you're in. It's getting decimated across the board. I did mention earlier, though, probably missed it, XLM was one of the ones I told you I liked. They got great news. This is the hour 30-minute chart of XLM. And right here, this is where the DTCC announced they're going to use XLM to tokenize securities and interests, the Depository Trust Corporation. It's a big deal. And you can see the price action basically tells us, yeah, that was a major headline. So there's a great story ahead for crypto, especially the utility ones. Not all of them, but I think what's happening now, they're definitely testing Michael Saylor. His MicroStrategy company is getting sold, but bouncing here a little bit. A lot of times before a big move, you're just going to have the big monster head fake. And I think that's what could be happening in the cryptos. The darkest before dawn, the next snapping head fake one direction, and then a big reversal the other direction as everybody runs from one side of the lifeboat to the other. Amber, can you please review how to load the link? Yes. So simple. I'm just going to right click. Actually, I'm going to click it by itself. And if you click the link by itself, it takes you to this page. And the way we built Trade Ideas is all you have to do is highlight this code. So it's literally a URL. So you can right click and copy link, or just open the link like so, and then copy, and then you're done. Once you've got that in your clipboard, you just load from the cloud. It's already loaded right there. File load from cloud. And there's our friend, the one that we made for pulling back to VWAP. If we put this back on 5 minute, and if we add the VWAP to it, we can see that this is giving us an indication that these are pulling back. So here's UBS with some consecutive candles pulling back to the value weighted average price. IWM, which is an ETF, did the same thing. So, you know, if you're a bullish trader, the person who asked me to build this, hopefully you're showing up soon because we built it and you don't have it, but we're playing with it. It's showing us what you wanted to see. All these stocks that are pulling back to their 5 minute VWAP, and they're strong to begin with. And the reason they're strong to begin with was because I added our proprietary filter here called the stock composite rating. If I was to put 90 in here, we're only going to see really strong stocks. And those of you that have this scan, you're welcome to do that. We don't get as many, do we? We got a couple. First Solar, which was earlier in the day. So the more you increase that stock composite rating, the better the daily charts are going to be, but the fewer and fewer signals you're going to get. So if we just lower that down to like 70, we're going to get a lot more stuff popping in. Daily charts that might not look as strong, but there's a new name. It's funny though, as I pull these up, they're all bleeding through the VWAPs, which is kind of a bearish sign for the moment in the market. So take that for what it's worth. Let's just see what the indexes are doing. I don't want that. Oh, you know what? I think I still have that set to open up. Yep. Let's turn that off. This one's extremely active. We got lots of stuff coming through in the moment. New 5 minute lows. You could also change that to a 15-minute low if you wanted to, but however you guys want to tweak it, that's how you'd use it. All right, quick thoughts on Adobe. So does the story match the chart? Well, Adobe has been under pressure. I think you're referring to the layoffs. Adobe is definitely under pressure. However, it has regained what I talked about, the 50-day moving average. And the 50-day moving average is the general bill of health. Brian taught me that. And if it's below the 50, it's not in good health. But once it can recover and get back above the 50-day moving average, you could consider it in decent health and innocent until proven guilty. And so from there, what it's going to need to do is it's going to need to start paying attention to the moving averages coming up from underneath. We're getting a nice fanning out of the 10 SMA is now above the 20 and the 20 is above the 50. We call that fanned out. And as the price action continues to probably consolidate here is what the best we can expect. These moving averages, what we're going to want to see is for them to come up and catch the price and force the price higher. That's the kind of action you're going to want to expect when you're above the 50-day moving average. So regardless of what the headlines are, the stock has already taken a beating. So it's already kind of had its bad news built into it. You've got little barely higher lows here, higher low, and then this kind of considered a nice breakout, a day and a half of breakout, and it's giving a little bit back right now. If we go back to my 15-minute time frame, it's still above the 5-day moving average, which is good. It's pinned down a little bit here by the momentum line, but it's fighting back through it. I say Adobe has got the worst of it behind it, and the stock is showing, the chart showing that it's interested in trying to make a move and come out of this base that it's been building. A long protracted, it's probably a good long-term buy. The jobs that they shed and all the things that they did were probably needed, but that's probably built into the price now. And my thoughts on DXY. So the SpaceX IPO, most of the time when anticipated IPOs come out, the froth is already kind of built into it, and the people that are making the most money are the ones that have been in it, and they usually don't follow through. What they might do is they might have a bit of euphoria on day one, maybe day two, but it doesn't last long. And I'm just going off of what Facebook did and some of these other ones that when they came public, I recall the way they traded. They were highly anticipated, but by the time they came public, it was kind of frothy. As you know, I was playing with DXYZ as a proxy because they own some private SpaceX shares. And I traded this probably better than anything all year. I was long, sold some more, bought those back here. And then Barry, who runs the Daily Room, tipped me off that they had just announced a liquidity event where they wanted to raise $1 billion at their discretion when they felt like it. Well, once I hear those types of news, you don't stick around long, and I immediately sold it. So I have no longer personally have any exposure to SpaceX. And I just feel like that was the best play that I could have gotten from it. When I try to go back to the well and relive the magic, I never really get it. It just frustrates me and ties up capital. So I remind myself, I don't think I could have played this thing any better, and I even got a second chance at it. I'm just going to leave this alone now, and I'm just going to be a participant. I'm going to watch and see how it trades. But my guess is it's going to open and people are going to chase it, and it might be euphoric for a day or maybe even a half a day or a day and a half, and then the reality might come in, and people that are ready to take profits, that are allowed to take profits, will take their exit. So that's what I think is going to happen. I'll be surprised if it runs straight up for multi-days after it's released to the retail crowd. So yeah, I don't think I could have done any better. That's my personal story. I mean, it doesn't really help other people with what's it going to do. But I personally, I'm going to stay away from trying to be wanting to chase that when it comes out and is finally available to trade into the ticker. Yeah, so let's. I went through those earlier, but let's go through them again. I still own Xerox, and I don't know if you missed my little tirade, but I was talking about Dell resurrected from the grave, Cisco resurrected from the grave, Hewlett Packard resurrected. These are all kind of reinventing themselves. Kodak, big companies with old names, and I'm just waiting for Xerox to kind of come out with a headline. Brian taught me this: price precedes headlines. So big giant day here. Couldn't deny that. Sideways action. They still wanted it. Broke above the 200-day. Definitely in play. Moving averages are all fanning out now. This thing is super strong. I'm basically just waiting for the headline to tell me what all this exciting insider, I don't know if it's insider, but somebody wants it for good reason, and price often precedes the headlines. So I'm still in that one. And I will tell you this, when the headline does come out, and if this thing is up a giant amount in one day, I'll be laddering and fading out of it. I'll be putting limit orders up, maybe 20% at a time, just kind of layering out and taking the profit as people are feverishly trying to buy it. That's the way to trade, is to be on the contrary side of what everybody else wants. RR, as I speak, it comes through lows, but I'm still holding it. I still love the pattern. A lot of the stuff that I'm in holding still has that nice move, and then we're just kind of creating a bull flag. So it's just kind of noise right now until I can hopefully be rewarded with the next push higher out of RR. And I bought some Joby Aviation this morning. I don't know if you've seen this one. Perfect. That's a textbook bull flag pattern. Big push higher and a triangle, just kind of like a little flag, pointed pennant flag. And usually we hope these resolve in the path of least resistance, which should be higher. So I look at these intraday pullbacks. They don't bother me because in the bigger picture, I'm focused over here on knowing that I'm just waiting for, hopefully, if not today, tomorrow, a break out of this tight coil as the buyers try to establish themselves as still being in control. So yeah, all of these are going to be mostly above the 50-day moving average. I think you meant. What else? Rumble is one I'm really bullish on Rumble. Look at this strong flag pattern. So this is above all moving averages, all fanned out. And Rumble is becoming more than just a competitor to YouTube for, you know, streamers or gamers or live. They're really on the cutting edge, I think, of what's coming in terms of, you know, digital crypto wallets. And they basically, the CEO reminded everybody, hey, we lease out GPU clusters too, just like Nibius and all these other companies. So people kind of overlooked them. And I've been long Rumble for a couple months now, since down here below 6. So I'm super content just sitting and looking at this sideways consolidation pattern. Ideally, the 10-day simple moving average is going to come up and force the issue of those candles higher. ONDS, I traded out of. I took my money out because I wanted to like recycle some stuff. I took it out yesterday, and I thought, boy, I got 3 good days in this, or 4 actually. I bought ONDS down here. So I had 1, 2, 3, 4 good days. I figure I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. When I saw how much I was up in it, I said, let's just turn that into cash and recycle it. It's still a very strong chart. I wouldn't enter it up here. There's only because there's a lot of space between the current price and the nearest moving average. So you're kind of in thin air up here. I much rather identify something that was strong and then kind of gives you a good pullback. It was a vicious pullback before the headlines came out. See, you know, if you're like I was just saying, if you're talking about ONDS, if you look down and it says open profit loss open position, and it's a nice little chunk of money, you take half off. And that way you just really take the anxiety out of, you know, should I sell it or keep it? I'll be mad if it goes. I'll be mad if it doesn't go and I don't sell it. You kind of can't lose when you book half of it and turn that into real cash. And it doesn't bother you as much on the second half if it gets a little goofy. You're able to sit longer. You know, Brian and I talk all the time. Some of our best winners are on the last 1/4 or the last 1/3. You just let it run, you know, something like Nibius. I had more Nibius at a time, but now I've just got, you know, a smaller chunk and it's just working great for me. And it's not too much to where if Nibius pulled back down here to 240 real quick, I'd be like, okay, well, that's acceptable. I get it. There's a lot of space in between here, but it's holding up really well. It's making the 5-day moving average come up to meet the price as opposed to coming back down to the price. Joby, hopefully that's good news. That's just the same old. But I do like Joby. I do like Rum for some continuation, hopefully. RXT, I got out of that. That was the trade of the week. I didn't do a video this week, but it was a quick kind of a scalp for me. I took the cash because I had some things I wanted to buy this morning, ARQQ being one of them. This one's nasty. It's very low float. It's only 8 million shares in the float. It's got kind of a wide spread, but this is the quantum computing play. I don't have any qubits or any other Rigotti or any of the quantum stuff, so I wanted some exposure. And looky here, once again, I'm in a stock that has popped up and has gone sideways, just waiting for the moving averages, which are fanning out, to come up and force the issue. So I'm really in just kind of a holding pattern here in a lot of these stocks I've been showing you guys, except for GameStop going to lows. This one's my nemesis. It's just total gamble on my part. I'm waiting for GameStop 2.0 short squeeze. So I'm kind of waiting for Superman in this one. I'm a hoper. I don't like being a hoper, but at the same time, it's the only stock on my screen that I'm red in. All the other stocks I'm green on open position. They might be down a little bit today, but they're up. Probably was a bit impatient. I bought ARQQ on the open. I really wanted to be in this name in case it took off. But it looks like we might need an extra day for my quantum purchase that I took today. I like, see, and I've been talking with Brian, and he really likes Rigetti and qubits. So same type of charts. They're all just sitting here kind of poised, waiting for something. And so if today's not the day, maybe tomorrow's the day these quantum stocks break out. Here's here's the ETF for it, QTUM. It's actually looking pretty strong compared to these other names. The Discord, I don't have anything to do with the Discord. There is a person who runs a third-party Discord. If you want to email us at info@trade-ideas, they might be able to direct you in the right direction. But it's not run by us or officially by us. This is the official channel that Barry does. And then we come up here for an hour, Monday through Friday. You get Dan, the CEO, tomorrow, which is always entertaining. Okay, so how do the moving averages work? It's a great explanation. They work because everybody kind of agrees that they work. And if everybody agrees that they work and the crowd follows them, then the algorithms are using them for inputs. And I just know this. I mean, the way Tesla came and just tapped and kissed the 200-day moving average today, right on the open, just to run the stops, textbook. All the weak hands that put in good till canceled stop orders, they came down, ran them down, and if and then reverse, repeat, buy, etc. I've been watching stock prices too long to not see a correlation between moving averages or VWAPs or anchored VWAPs in the algorithms and the quants that these things are deploying to run these markets. When I started trading, it was me against another guy holding a calzone in one hand and a Diet Coke in the other in New York. Those days are gone. It's me against machines now. And yeah, it's a lot harder because of that. The machines are very efficient. They're very adept. And they're very good at kind of creating chaos. One of the things they do is on the open, they try and flush down strong stocks and get as many weak hands as they can on the first 15, 30 minutes of the open. It happens all the time. They did it in Groupon this morning, I think. Let me just see. Yeah. Little flush down in Groupon and came right back up. And that kind of got me into Groupon in addition to the 56% short. So the fact is, your question, they work because everybody agrees they work. So they become a level of interest that everybody kind of agrees on, and they've worked their way into the programming of the market, to answer your question. It happened to you in MX. Let's take a look. You got shaked out on the open in MX. Would it have been today or another day? I mean, here's a shakedown. And look at the shakedown, by the way. Right to my favorite moving average. That little open right there, the selling occurred right down and kissed the 5-day moving average, which I believe is another input on a lot of these quant funds. You got your 5-day, your 10-day, your 20, your 50, and your 200. Look how fanned out and perfectly they are here for this particular stock. So I call the 10-day the momentum line. I call the 20 the backstop. I call the 50 the general bill of health. And the 200, I don't really have a name other than you just want to be above it. It's kind of like an oil tanker. It takes a lot of time to move that thing around. But I noticed Tesla was starting to slowly shape its 200-day moving average up. Slowly starting to turn upwards. So today at 9:08, you got shaken out of MX. So right on the open. You know, this is a different one because it's a gap up. Gap ups are a little different than trying to shake down. Like everybody that would have put a stop down here, they would have shaken down the open and then ran it. Totally different animal. When a stock gaps up, you really never know if it's going to come back down and fill the gap. There's always a very good chance that it will, or if it's going to gap and go. That's the least of the options. The way these markets open now is a lot of euphoria has been taking place in the pre-market, and by the time the bell rings, there's usually some settlement where it kind of comes back in and fills the gap a little bit. But that's the most difficult period of the day, is to try and sit through the first 15 minutes. I don't use stop orders in the first 15 minutes because I don't let them take advantage of me as their prey, predator, whatever. You had a trailing stop. Yeah, they'll catch you in the trailing, especially in the early hours too. That first 30 minutes, I don't even use a hard stop. Midday, if I'm going to the store or something and I'm like, I'm sick of the stock, go ahead and stop me out. I dare you. I'll do that midday. But the first 30 minutes, that's when they have the best edge to prey on your orders. Don't forget Citadel and Virtue and these guys, they all see your orders. They pay money to Schwab and E-Trade to sell you orders out and give you free commissions. But then they aggregate all that information, and their algorithms and AI goes, all we have to do is break this $3 level. We will shake all of these people that we can see are sitting there, buy the stock back immediately, and they profit every single time. And they can only do that in the first half an hour of the day. So just be very aware of that. Holy.
Oh,
You're on, Barry.
oh, I am. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I didn't mean to be on.
No problem.
My mic is on, and okay. I heard you talking about Interactive Brokers that I use anyway that still charges for commission. So the way you were talking about preying on the free commission brokers, so IB does not get preyed upon.
I don't know if they're holding their orders. They're not. If they're not selling your orders, then they're not preying on you specifically. But everybody else who has the same position, looking at the same charts, they're getting sold out by E-Trade and Schwab for sure overnight.
Interesting. I've never really thought about it that much. I know, I know it's out there. I know people think like that, and I've never really thought about it. I don't trade in the first 15, rarely anyway. So I'm not, and that had really nothing to do with, well, maybe it has everything to do with what you're talking about. Things are just too whippy.
I don't know if you caught it, but I was actually the DXYZ trade. I'm calling it the Barry trade because not only did you get me in, you got me out. You realize that? That's pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I still have some. Just in case. I was actually going to add some a little today when it got over 50, but because I'm in at 30. I mean, just underneath 30. So I still have. I have had a trading position, and then I've got like a little, but I've cut my core position in half, and we'll see what happens. I mean, I would hate to see it go to who knows what it's going to. This could be it. This could be the highest it's going to be. I really don't know how much they own of the SpaceX. It's underneath 1%, but I don't know what that number is.
I don't either. I think it varies. Good question to end on. I don't use stops in the first 30 minutes. So what do? I pray, and I hope that I don't get hit. Because the only reason I did is because, without a doubt, I've lost more money giving up my stops on the open than I have by just sitting through some nasty reversals. It's not easy, but I figured out it's the way for me to do it, but it's not for everybody.
Yeah, I certainly, if I were new, I wouldn't. But you know what you're doing. I mean, you've been doing this a long time. I would never recommend that for anybody new because my goodness, especially depends what you're in. Right. I mean, if you're in, especially you're not generally in like I know you got to go, but you're not in like probably like a really risky bio or something like that.
No. Oh no.
Yeah. So I mean, that would make all the difference in the world. Okay, Steve. Thanks. I guess we'll see you Thursday, right?
Yep. We'll be here Thursday.
Okay.
All right. See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
You guys, give me a moment. I'm back in both rooms now. A couple of things to do. Just get my music going. And get rid of my... I've been watching that Visa for a bit, guys. Very low float. A little buy flag there that actually showed up in the scan, and a little, and it's just been kind of holding it. Wow, look at that though. Now all of a sudden, you see what's happened is that the spread, ugly spread now. So I don't know if you're talking to Steve about trading the pre-market. I doubt if he trades the pre-market, Amber. Do I ever trade the pre-market? Ever? Yes. Rarely, though, I don't. It's mainly because of the time zone I'm in. If I were in a better time zone, I would probably trade I would know I would be trading the pre-market more. But the time zone I'm in, Vancouver, West Coast, it's just, a lot of the big moves have already been made. But have I traded in the pre-market? Yeah. MX. Okay, let's take a look at MX. I saw MX earlier. Certainly in the right sector, the semis. No, I see. Yeah, so it had a pullback right into the VWAP. Hmm. I don't know. I mean, it's getting into the VWAP again. It's got to take that out, in my opinion. Float is 31 million, so it's not high, not low, but it's not a high float. Yeah, I really wanted to take that UEC, and I kept looking at the URA, and it's starting to drift a little bit, and UEC is kind of doing the same thing. So even though, I mean, it's still up, it's had a tremendous run. Uranium plays, tremendous run, but we're starting to get the fade now. In fact, I wonder, I haven't shorted this one ever. The uranium ETF. It's interesting. It does trade options, 8,000, which is only, 67% of normal. I would have thought on a day like today, where it is ripping, that there'd be a lot more option trading, abnormal option trading. But nope. Well, guys, not really seeing too much. Here's a sleep number, SNBR. No. Well, this has got a little bit of room. I mean, the FSLY, I think. No, it doesn't. 1981 is the next high. I thought maybe that was the next high, but no, 1981 is the next high. So if it took that out, then the next high on the daily chart is 2159. So there is some news. Actually, with Interactive Brokers, it almost trades. I mean, with certain stocks, it almost trades 23 hours a day, but certainly at 4 a.m., yes. That's when we start getting our data also. Talking to Amber in our YouTube room. But that'd be 1 o'clock my time. So that's not going to happen. Everything I'm seeing is either too close to a whole number for me, or when I look left, it's there's a high that's too close. So not really Not really seeing anything that I really love. Well, your MX now is there's the VWAP, around between 905 and 910. Well, okay, guys. Well, might as well go over my homepage. All right. So, as always, at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter if you pick our standard or our premium service. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code in the future. At any time in the future, I should say, you just use my code. Why? Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating two rooms, the YouTube room and the trading room. Company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. And so if you're sitting on YouTube wondering about the other room, this is what it's called, the trading room from my homepage. It's free also. Some big perks, though. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't get YouTube doesn't open until about 9. And Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. And I go to sometime between 2 and 2:30, depending on whether I have questions or not. And then after I leave, sometimes Obi will keep this room open. So I'll have to find out later on if Obi is going to keep the room open after I leave. Education, if you do take out a subscription, first thing you must do is this: getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you are wondering about whether or not you should even try us, I would start off with that second video before you take out a subscription. Take a look at these videos. Start off with the second one, go to the end. Should give you an idea at least what we're capable of doing, and then that should make up your mind whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. And you could always unsubscribe if you don't like it. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, races, etc., and you clicked on my homepage link, click on the scan section, and here they are. So here's what I'm currently sharing. Large cap gainers is right here, the race. More volatile race is this one. Pulse resumes is down here. Look at JZ, halted how many times now? 14 times. It was halted over 30 times yesterday. Crazy. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. If you have any questions about them, just fire away. Well, let's see. Oh, wow. To think I almost took that Visa at around the 520 mark. And then kaboom, look at that. And it just got halted on the way down. Just got halted on the way down. The perils of the low float stocks, guys. There's a million in that float, and look what happened. So I think I'll throw this out to people. Anything you'd like me to trade, just out of curiosity, I'll trade in the simulator if you have an idea. But the only thing I ask is that you tell me what your stop is going to be. Okay, as an intraday trade. Okay, if you have something you thought you might want to try for some reason, you don't have to tell me the reason necessarily, but tell me the stock and where's your stop, and then we'll put it in the simulator. And it could be a short, it could be a long. Just to demonstrate the way how you can use the simulator, you just click on New from the toolbar, and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, Brokerage Plus. And then when you do it, then you click on that broker as one of seven. Go to TI Paper Trading connect it. Well, if it's disconnected, that's what you're going to see. So you just connect it. So now you're connected to the paper trader, and the paper trader uses our real-time data. So it's a great way to practice trading. And these are two practice trades right here. Well, it depends on this. It depends on the on the stock. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule where I put a stop. I mean, sometimes it's going to be, if I were going to take this trade right here, maybe I put a stop just around the VWAP. Let's do it. Okay, let's just do it. Okay, take the NAM trade. If I put my stop right around the VWAP, just a little bit under, let's say that stop is going to be a dime away. So I'm going to take 1,000 shares. Okay, put my stop. Okay, wouldn't be the worst place to put a stop, just underneath the VWAP. That's an example. Okay, that's an example. If I take a stock that's just over the whole number, I probably put my stop just a little bit underneath the whole number. If it's not the VWAP that I'm looking at, maybe there's a bunch, if this weren't the VWAP right there, that purple line, I'd probably be looking at this area right there as an interesting place to put a stop, because looks like there's, decent support in that area. So if it broke down through that, I would want to be out of the trade. So it's not there's no hard and fast rule. Like it's not a dime away or a percent away, or it really depends on, what I'm seeing on the chart. You cannot reset yourself. You have to ask them to do it. Okay. As far as resetting the demo. Okay. You have to ask them to do it. them as in info@trade-ideas.com. Give them your email address and somebody will reset. That is expected. The other one, I'm not sure. Uh, well, let me see if I can even remember how to set up a sub account. Okay, so add. Okay, so here I am in the accounts. Add new simulated trading account. I'll call it Barry. I'll put, I don't know, 100K or something. All right, so I've got 400,000 buying power. Okay, now understand I haven't done this forever. In fact, I don't even know. I think I might have created an account once. So what you're saying is now you want me to be able to direct it to Barry when I buy something. Okay, there's Barry. So I could pick Barry right there. Okay, it says account. Okay, I'll pick Barry. I have NAM right here, so maybe I'll add it to that. Oops. Go to a couple hundred share or 200 shares, buy, send. Okay, so it appears that it's in my account, Barry. It appears that it is. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's, you just have to pick, you just have to make sure you pick the right account. And then once you're in it, I don't see that it's any difference from, I can go back to that other account and here's what I'm in on that other account. Ah, I had them both checked. Okay. There we go. There's just the one NAM. So I don't know what you're doing if it's not working. Ah, if you're using a strategy. Okay. I was just doing this manually. Yeah. So you've got to go to, yeah. So you've got to go when you go to your strategy. Okay. So you start off here. So you edit your strategy and then you got to go to accounts. And if you want to direct it, and then here are my two accounts, paper trading and Barry. So here's how, so maybe you didn't do that and then you save it. Well, if it didn't work, I really don't know then why. I honestly don't. If you saved it, I mean, obviously, I mean, it just seems like I'm not saying it's impossible, but improbable that once you pick the right account and you save it, that whatever you do does not get directed into that account. Okay. Remember, you got to pick the right account. Yeah, the reason why you can't reset your account, I mean, in the old days when we used to have the contest, we obviously couldn't let people reset their account. Okay, so that's sort of a holdover. But it will reset at the end of the day. I mean, if you got rid of every single trade at the end of the day, it will reset on its own, I believe, for the next day. So you can see right here, guys, this is, should go over this more often, in terms of the simulation, because this max P&L and the today P&L, okay, is a good gauge to say, sort of show yourself how good are my exits or how good am I at taking profit? Because, so this is in the simulator, I should have taken this trade, right? Took it at STAK at 138. Okay, it's at 174 now, 500 shares. And at one point I was up $235. So if I click on the symbol, you can see what happened is that at one point it was up at $1.89, okay? And when it was $1.89, I was up $235. I'm up 175 now. It's not terrible, but what you would not want to see is, you're up $235 and then you allow this to dwindle down to, next to nothing. You've got to be able to manage your sense, take some profit certain areas, or even worse, turn negative on you. Now, nobody's saying that you're going to get out right at the very top penny, but you wouldn't want to see 235 turn into 100 as an example. So it's a good way to practice, exiting some of your position to give you a sense, for how well are you doing. Now the reverse can be true also, though. You can get out of your entire position and then you watch and it keeps moving higher and higher and higher, and you're going to see, your distance from your exit price. That'll tell you also. So if you were long, what you'd want to see is a negative number here, because that would mean that wherever you got out, the price is lower. But if you saw a big positive number, you're thinking, man, I left a lot on the table. So it's, these two, the distance from the exit price and the max P&L together can kind of show you how good are your exits. Yeah, UEC is starting to move. It's starting to move without me, Blizzardo. I watched that for a long time, but yeah, I mean, how is URA doing? Just, if you're going to take this one, let's make sure that URA is moving in the same direction. At least it's kind of moving. This is the ETF. I'll be honest, I don't know what the smart stop is based on. Okay. It might be a percent. You're talking about the AI? I don't really I pay attention to the stop. I really don't pay attention to the stop too much, because I may have a different idea if I took a trade where my stop would be. Okay. So the only reason I pay any attention to the stop is in case we get something in between the original alert price and the stop. Okay, so in this case, for instance, there's the NE 394 is between the original alert price and the stop. That's the only time I really, even consider what the stop is. Most of the time, if I took a trade in the I would have my own stop. Yeah, well, Dan will be there tomorrow again, IQ. So and it does not use the same formula as when you see a smart stop on the chart. I have a feeling it might be just, I can probably. I have a feeling they're just using a 1% stop, which, to me is I'd never do that. I have a feeling that that's what they're doing. Yeah, my guess is if you take every one of these and divide, here's a stop for QC. I divide that into 297, you get just about 1%. I think that I did that with the CELC. I'm pretty sure that that's what they're doing. They're just putting a 1% stop, which is, not the way I would trade. No, I'm not talking to you, IQ. Well, I'll talk to anybody, but no, somebody asked about the stop for the AI. Yeah, I'm almost sure. They're just use a standard 1% stop. Well, I don't see that it's three. Well, unless I'm doing it wrong. I'm just dividing. I took a bunch of them. Well, I took a bunch of them and I just did the simple division. And I'm getting about 1% every time. At any rate, it is a standard. Okay, so it's not the way I trade anyway. Because my stop is never going to be like 10 cents away, 20 cents away, 1%, 2%, whatever. My stops are never like that. Excuse me. IQ, I'm sure I've showed you this many times, but if you go to the new on the toolbar and you go to Market Explorer window, and then you right click and you select strategy, hover over that, then go down to TI Wave. Oh, how did they get it? Well, that was created by somebody who's not working at Trade Ideas anymore. A long time ago. Well, you do get an alert. You just can't get a sound alert on it. I mean, they do alert, but no sound alert. It's a different, even though it looks the same, it is a different program. IQ, I know you've asked this before. You cannot do anything to it. You cannot do anything to it. Okay. It's a fixed scan. You cannot change a thing about it. You cannot change your price range. You cannot change, you want it on a 2 minute or a 10 minute or 15. It's a fixed scan and that's it. Can't change it at all. So again, one more time, you cannot change it at all. You duplicate it, you're going to get the same scan. Okay, you're going to get the same. So duplicating it doesn't help you. You can't make any changes to it. It's not like taking one of my scans, okay, and then saying, okay, I want to change the price range. I want to do, you just can't do it. You can't. There's nothing. It's more than just seeing a buy flag, though. I mean, there are some. Is there going to be a minimum volume? Probably a minimum relative volume, things like that. But there's no published rules for it. I mean, Michael may have done it, whenever he did it 3, 4, 5 years ago. But the reason, the thing is, just click on the alert. If you don't like what you see, but most of the time, you're never going to see anything that doesn't have enough volume. The relative volume is usually going to be pretty good. The main complaint probably is the price range. Maybe people don't want that price range, but so you don't, let's take a look at it again. So for instance, here's CME, $249. If you don't like it, then don't click on it. GRR, $22. If that's in your price range, you might look. You don't get so many alerts. I wouldn't even look at it in the first half hour, or certainly the first maybe 15 minutes, because look what happens at 9:30. You get so many alerts at 9:30. Here's today, 9:30. You see, you get all these alerts right at 9:30. So I would discount all those, but once after that, it starts to settle down. You're not getting inundated by alerts. So, if you didn't like a price range, don't click on it. So, let's look at the GRRR. And again, just because you get a buy flag doesn't mean it's going to, do what you want it to do. But here's GRRR as an example. But, look at the volume. The volume's fine. There may even be a minimum relative volume. That relative volume is pertaining just to that candle. Okay, just to that bar. Because when you look at the relative volume of GRRR, overall it's 8. So right there, I guess on that bar, the relative volume was 4. So it's possible what he did was, I'm just going to look down here. It looks like there's nothing less than 2. So he probably, however he coded this, he said, okay, I want a relative volume of at least 2 on the bar. Maybe even there's got to be a minimum volume on the bar. I don't know. Let's see if there's anything crazy low. Maybe 10,000. I don't know. I'm just scrolling through a lot of these. But you can't find the rules though. I doubt if Dan has them. Dan doesn't care about all this stuff. Believe me. But whatever the rules are, does it really matter? Because you can't change them. Okay, you cannot change them. So whatever they are, they are. So my advice: just click on the symbol, and if you like what you see, trade it. If you don't like it, you don't trade it. But I've asked the question. Well, you won't be able to automate them. You can't. You cannot put this. It's not like a strategy. Oh, you're talking about in the future automating. Well, ask Pepe if he thinks it's going to happen. I mean, come on. If you watch Dan's webinar webinar, whatever you want to call it, YouTube stream last week, he's got a very fixed way of looking at things, and looking at stuff like this is not one of it. Not one of them. And he's the boss, so. But maybe we'll be surprised one day. This legend is really, really having a fantastic day, guys. Right at the high, also again, right at the high of the day. Legend LEGN. Yeah. By the way, Larby, you were right. It's more like 3%. You are right. It looks like certainly was on the ABVX. Do one more. Hmm. Well, you know what? I don't know. I've never really thought about where they're placing the stop. I know at one point they were placing the stop at the low of the day, which again. Well, okay, this one is almost at that high right here. This LEGN 3648, almost at that high. Will that stop it? I mean, all these little areas have not stopped it at all on the monthly chart anyway. So, Obi, are you around? I don't know. You weren't around yesterday, so I'm not sure if you're going to stick around to keep this room open after I leave. It's okay. I mean, nothing. Just I would just like to know. That's all. If you're not going to stick around, that's fine. All right, guys. Well, this Legion is really starting to move again, and it's got great news. Look at the SPY now. Key area right here. Look what it's doing. It's coming right into the VWAP. Will that act as support? So far, we've got two candles that have sat right on top of the VWAP, two bars, candles, whatever, sat right on top of the VWAP on the SPY, acting as support so far. All right, I'm going to watch to see if this can rebound back up to 36. And I'm talking about the Legend or the Legion, or LEGN. See if we can get back up to 36. Let's see if the top of that wave can kind of hold it. And JC halted again, and 16 halts today, about 30 plus yesterday. Yeah, JC had 38 halts yesterday. Well, guess what had a nice bounce? It was the ABVX. ABVX. I did not take the bounce, but did have a nice bounce. ABVX. Boy, this one, guys, is FSLY. I mean, it's had a great day. The next, I think it's past that high now, 2159. Not quite, 2159, and then that high over here is 2289. I have to put a price alert here. It's not going to happen today, I'm sure, but what if it happens tomorrow? Because look at the void. It was an earnings play, got hammered down on earnings, and this was an earnings play, I guess. Whatever date that was, May 6th. May 7th was a reaction. So a little less than a month ago. Yeah. So yes. Okay. Yeah. When you click on alert, yes. New alert. New alert window. You're going to probably have something from the last alert window we ever looked at up here. That's all. So what's your question exactly? You just start from scratch? You want to create something brand new? So we'll know what your question is, though. Are you trying to create a new alert window, or what are you trying to do? You want to see the existing one. Well, don't you have it somewhere? Wouldn't you have it somewhere where I know when you say you want to see the existing one, existing where? You should save everything to the cloud. Number one, file, load from cloud. Okay, everything should be saved to the cloud. Each individual scan that you do should be saved to the cloud. Yeah, you should. If you've saved it to the cloud, it'll be there. You should save everything to the cloud, just in case you accidentally click X or something and okay. Save your layout to the cloud, save individual scans you make, races, whatever you do, save to the cloud. So simple. Right click, save or share to cloud, save, done. Then you'll never have to worry about, if you, as you say, you mess something up. Well, I may be wrong. I mean, this is now taking this out right here, and 22.66. So we're only a little more than $1 away from that. I mean, what happens tomorrow if it takes this out for the FSLY? I mean, it's been what a run. Well, now that is a beautiful wave, narrow wave. The only time it's pierced is right here on that 5 minute right there. Now, if you're going to say IQ, well, yeah, look at that buy flag. Sure, in this particular case, but they don't, as you know, they don't all work like that. I wish they did. Wow. They don't all work. I mean, IQ, if they all work like that, then we'd all be multi millionaires. You know, a lot of times you just get chopped. The reason why in this particular case, because I'm clicking on stocks that are near the high of the day. Look at this one, buy, sell, buy. But this one, yeah, because these stocks are near the high of the day. But even this one, you have a buy. I mean, and now you're saying eventually it'll work. Well, where are you going to put a stop though? If you took this one right here, and then it goes down to 28 from 30, where are you going to put a stop? Especially as a day trade. These are all momentum tickers though also. They were just low float momentum tickers. Well, I don't see Obi anywhere, so I guess he's gone again. So, guys, I'm probably going to take off around 2 o'clock. So, if you have any questions, I don't have to leave, but if I don't see any questions, I will leave. All right, let's take a look at Sarepta. William's talking about Sarepta. So, I guess the bounce has already happened. Down to 59. Trying to see where you posted that 150. Yeah, so 2 minutes ago. But what will happen here? I mean, this looks like a lot of resistance, doesn't it? Maybe it's a good short now. That looks like a boy. I mean, look at all the resistance here. Yeah, so I have an answer regarding the rules and all that for the anything in the Market Explorer. Yeah, it's a no go. Michael did it, and he sort of his own in his head, and he when he left, that was it. So it's not like there's a repository somewhere, and somebody would have to be able to go into the Market Explorer, and nobody at Traded is number one is not even going to spend the time doing it. So there's your answer. Well, the VWAP is way up there at 1650, so that would be quite the tag, especially to try to get through all that. But that would be interesting if it did. Oh, I'm surprised you haven't looked at Jay Z, or maybe you have. I mean, 40 cents to 80 cents. That seems to be right up your alley. Yeah, Bill on our YouTube room, a big bottoming tail on the 15 and the 5. This could, I mean, looks like pretty tough resistance right around that 1620 mark right now, anyway. And here's the SPY still kind of challenging that VWAP right there, guys. Is on the 5. Well, that's the VWAP right there. You can see in the 5 minute hit a couple of times, bounced off, trying to come back down into it again. Will this be the third time through, or all right, guys. Well, it's 157. I don't see OB anywhere, so it's possible that in a 5 minutes or so, I'll be shutting the room down. LIQT. What about this one, guys? Just over the whole number now. Lots and lots of, well, maybe not. No, not a lot of room. On the daily chart, 126. So yeah, not a lot of room. Oh, I wish if the next high were up here at 146, that would be a lot more appealing. You look at the weekly chart. You are welcome, JJ. Okay, guys. I mean, the LIQT, low float, not very much volume though. 255,000 shares. That's 23 times normal. That tells you right off the bat. Doesn't trade very much. And the spread is not great for a $1 stock, a nickel. But I didn't know that until you look at it. You have to click on the symbol and see what you see, and you can analyze a little bit better. What if this FULC will have a bit more of a bounce in it? FULC got hammered down on, oh my goodness. How brutal is that? Piper Sandler had a $23 price target cut down to $3. Now you would have to question, no, why did you have a $23 price target on it in the first place? But anyway, cut down to $3. Had news. They're all fleeing. Look at this. Truist had a 17. They're cutting it to 4. And discontinuing their sickle cell drug program. So I don't know what else they do. Nothing. Thank you, William. So they don't do anything. So by abandoning whatever the only thing they had going for them, I mean, that, now we're just talking about, trying to play a bounce for just because, there'll be people out there that are looking for bounces no matter what, even if the company's going under. I'm not saying the company's going under, but they don't have anything else going on. So time to pivot. Let's become an AI company or a drone maker or a crypto player. Well, not crypto. Crypto's no good right now either. Space. We're going to develop a rocket. That's what we're going to. This is the one that you said. Yeah, you said you would take it if it got down to 250, right? I think that's what you said. So they've got $5 in cash. All right, here's another one just over the whole number. Let's see if this one, they're just so darn extended, Here's CWR. Another one, coming into it, I consider pretty tough resistance, not that far away, 20 cents away. All right, guys. Well, if there are no more questions, I think I'm going to start wrapping this up. So I have to shut everything down now, including I have to shut down YouTube. I have to shut down the main room. You're welcome, 162. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think that's it for me. So I'm going to have to shut down YouTube. So YouTube starts at around 9 tomorrow morning. The main room will start at around 6:45 a.m. We'll open it up. I'll get on the mic, both rooms, sometime between 9 and 9:15. So have a great evening, everybody. So the first thing I'm going to do is shut down our YouTube room.